I couldn't tell
L.A.
you.
Chode here.
I couldn't tell you why. After that movie, I don't know if I could ever figure out why again.
I feel like I lost some of my reasoning skills because of that movie. Cause it's a futile attempt to try to make sense of something that wasn't meant to be sensical, but also was. You know, he knew that he wasn't making a coherent movie. He's like, I gotta throw this shit together though, because I ain't losing money on it.
Yeah. This is my chance to be a star. Do it my way.
For the last fucking 2 decades, however long he's been making movies. Neil Breen, rest in peace. You want some of this? I made it myself.
Oh.
I call it hot cocoa.
Oh.
It's a short version of chocolate. Maybe not verbally, but when you write it down. What do I got? Termites in my skin?
It does taste like a shortcut.
I got it off just in time. Well, maybe not on my underwear. That I don't know if that's poo or chocolate.
Only one way to find out.
Liver and onions.
I was gonna call the dog over.
No.
But she'd eat both, so
No. Probably eat the underwear right out of my ass.
She'd eat chocolate because she's a fucking retard, and she'd eat poop because she's also.
There's got to be something wrong with fucking chocolate. I wonder if we were to make our own chocolate, right? If we were to get something grown and ferment it ourselves and bake it, do whatever we need to, would the dog still have a reaction to chocolate? I mean, chocolate is normal is in like trees and shit, so no, because if it falls and it ferments, a dog could potentially pick it up and eat it. How often? Why you gotta be mean? You know that he's just playing with you. Socrates is only playing when he decides to play. Oh, that poor Craven. He always looks like he's trying to be submissive, you know? He's like, hey, I'm just fucking around. Because you taught me to do this. Remember, you were in this house first, and then I came, and then you started playing with me? You fucking... Ooh, you see this back? That bam, zoom, right to the moon. Flying like Superman. Do you have the... Okay. I gotta cure my breathing tubes.
I would hope so.
Were you gonna put up the thingies? In case somebody wants to come in and talk shit. Seems to be what people like to do the best. I need that light for the really tiny letters. Get the magnifying glass. And glasses just aren't enough. Okay. Where we left off, Noah built an altar and choosing from every clean animal, he offered holocausts on the altar. I looked up Holocaust the other day. I don't know if I told you.
I
Or I
think
don't know if you were there.
I think we did. It's
Holocausts are inherently, or by the definition, is supposed to be exclusively like a fire.
fire sacrifice.
Yeah. I'm confused. So did the
Get off the bed. Get off the bed. Get off the bed. Get off the bed. Get off the bed.
is this in the future where the two animals now have made babies and he's holocausting the babies? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Sorry, don't mind me. I'm just trying to come through. So, I don't know if God told Noah to put a bunch of... Of course, they didn't play all day. They haven't played in, like, days together. But now...
Yep.
Now they decide. Isn't that always the case?
Yep.
So... Did Noah just set fire to all the animals that he just brought with him for 40 days and 40 nights, whatever, during the flood? Whoa! Literally nothing happened to you. He acts like Craven's violent. Craven messes with me less than any cat I've ever had. Even Socrates would, bite and stuff when he was a baby. Or we would let him, whatever, ooh, here, animal, take my fucking arm to chew on,
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So he fucking offered holocausts.
Yeah.
When God smelled the sweet odor, he said to himself, well, he didn't because it was written down. What kind of ego is necessary, right? To just pretend that God is a real character in this story. Are you with me?
I'm thinking about the type of ego it takes.
Well, I wasn't finished with the thing. I was just making sure that you were with me.
Yes, wife.
In this book that's supposed to be so holy sacred, have all the knowledge, all the wisdom, right? There's a paragraph dedicated to setting animals on fire. God smelling it and taking the effort to either write it himself or tell somebody to write it. That when I smelled those burning animals, it smelled so good. It smelled so good that I will never doom the earth again. Doesn't that teach people to make sacrifices? What?
Which, by the way, weren't sacrifices a thing that pagans did?
Yeah.
They're like, hey, we don't really like the pagans,
Mm-hmm.
supposedly, even though we taking all the pagan shit because it's the only way our religion will survive.
A Jehovah's Witness fucking scratched me in the face like the catty fucking ugly bitch that she was, because I had pagan things on my backpack. She idolized the Backstreet Boys. I had like drawn an Ankh or something on my backpack. And she out of the blue just started fucking fighting me about it. Like a fucking insane rabid bitch. Yet in the book that her family has her following, they're doing the same shit.
Yeah.
What a contradiction. What kind of an idiot. Hey, can you not on here? There's like breakable stuff and there's no room. I'm sorry. Come on. There's no room. There's no room for you. Don't put your feet in my ranch dressing. I'll kill you. You know ranch comes before anything else. Get down. Make trouble with Socrates.
But quietly.
Yeah.
Please. I'll teach you how to use a gun.
What kind of stupid comes from such hypocrisy? So many contradictions that being a pagan is bad, but it's okay that people were pagans before. And it's okay that those people are still fucking pagans. Oh, we love the Jews regardless. What kind of sense does that fucking make?
It doesn't make any sense.
What happens when people make shit up as they go along? Can they build a house?
Get down.
Would you fucking... I can't believe... If... What was the original question I asked? I was like, can you build a house without...
I don't think I caught that. I thought you were
You
talking
did.
about things not making sense in the Bible. Having ego.
That was before the most recent thing I said. Before we got fucking interrupted.
I'm sorry, I didn't hold on to that question mark.
If you just do whatever the fuck you want, can you make things happen the way you want it to happen?
No.
Can you fucking fix a car if you don't know how a fucking car works? Can you fly up? Can you make a thing go up in the sky if you don't understand how fucking gravity works?
No.
And yet here we have a whole bunch of people, a protected people, by the way. The fucking Jews, the fucking Christians, the fucking Muslims. What they say is infallible, unfucking touchable. Everybody's opinion fucking matters. For what? So that they could just say dumb shit? What can a Christian, what can a Jew, what can a Muslim contribute well to anything if they can't be questioned without violence? And that's the government too. Except they'll just ignore your ass until you get fucking louder. Religion is disgusting.
Yeah. Politics is disgusting.
There is absolutely not a single fucking reason to respect someone's bad opinion. Were you fucking with the dog and you got caught? I feel like everything is working against me right now. But it's a feeling that I get that constantly, 24 hours a day, that fills me with such fucking dread. Because shit like this exists. That somehow fucking morons have the authority. That's only going to change when there are people who are not fucking stupid. And you can't even get fucking science idiots to be fucking not stupid.
Supposedly the ones who follow reason the most.
That's just another fucking cult. It's just another fucking religion. Politics is another religion. So, this son of a bitch is like, I love the smell of burning animals. Because, Noah, you holocausted these animals. Never again will I doom the earth because of man, since the desires of man's heart are evil from the start. Nor will I ever again strike down all living beings as I have done. So, let's break this down, right?
Okay.
It says, never again will I doom the earth because of man. Does that mean he would doom the earth for some other reason?
Sounds like it.
What then?
As long as man wasn't the reason.
Would he get mad at an antelope for not running fast enough? Or outrunning a fucking tiger? Or...
Well, at this point...
Is he that petty?
Yeah. Yes, indeed he is.
And yet, please... If you can't do this, then let's just stop now. I don't want to do this and be...
He's petty, and I'm trying to put together the words. He had not had, but he's the original abuser. The whole deal was Cain and Abel, and then he's like, "Hey, don't kill nobody," and then later on sends Moses some instructions, tell people not to kill people.
We haven't gone rain into Moses yet.
I know, but it's a thing that God doesn't make reasonable decisions. So yeah, he could do man for whatever he fucking.
So if he says never again will I doom, we can't take him for his word.
Yeah.
That means any religious person can't take him for his word.
Right.
Which means that he's not infallible. That he's not all-knowing.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't even fucking know himself. So then why is everybody waiting for the apocalypse if God's gonna fucking... If God says right here, I'll never... If they believe that he means what he says and says what he means, why are they waiting for an apocalypse? Or why aren't they going, hey, how come this guy fucking says different things at every turn?
Because that would be the step in self-reliance. And that means they'd have to look at other things, and that makes them feel bad. It's easier.
So what's behind it? What happens if you challenge this? If they didn't have a choice, if they had to listen to you. If I was the fucking tax man. And they were like, oh, yes, massa. I was like, you can't be an idiot anymore. If you're an idiot, I'm going to tax you. You know? Would they just go into like a violent rage like everybody does when I talk to them? Will it just shed away from them and they'll find a new master in me because I take their money and threaten their livelihood? I would like to talk to a fucking person who thinks they believe in this shit. Because right now, for the younger generation, it's
Young generation.
it's all fashion.
Yeah. Facade. It's all.
They're too stupid. Maybe we should do that on 4chan. We say, hey, you're too stupid to be religious. All you people with your fucking stupid Christian memes, you're all too stupid. So if you think you know better, come fucking challenge my ideas. Answer my question. Educate me, motherfucker. I think the stuff in my lungs are breaking down. Or I'm just dying. Because it is freaking hot for some reason. We went from winter to summer, it seems like.
What was the second part of that? From you're too stupid to be religious. You wanted to challenge.
Answer my questions and come get me learnt. Teach me how these contradictions are not contradictions, or that God just allows for contradictions, or whatever we got to say to challenge someone to get them here to run they fucking mouth. As long as the earth lasts, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, and day and night shall not cease. Chapter 9, Covenant with Noah. You ready?
Yes.
God blessed Noah and his sons, and said to them, be fertile and multiply and fill the earth. Dread fear of you shall come upon all the animals of the earth. Dread fear of you shall come upon all the animals of the earth and all the birds of the air, upon all the creatures that move about on the ground and all the fishes of the sea. It's kind of like what he did in the beginning, right? He made the stuff for Adam. So why now do they need to fear? Is this just like a new chapter in the bullshit saga where people have pretty much domesticated and have had their power over the animals, and now they're just explaining it? God made it so that
So the animals were cool with men up until this point.
or men were fighting them.
That's why
Instead of
they
being
were
feared.
able to get them. Everybody, all the lions and everything, all the animals were cool and got on the ark. And now he's like, you go forth, multiply, and I'm gonna fucking sow chaos into the animals. Everybody's gonna be afraid of you.
Maybe.
Sound, you little shit. And the world's wiped out at this point, right? There ain't nobody left but Noah.
Noah and his family.
Yeah, it sounds like the original. So God was the first abuser, saying "fuck you" to Cain and Abel.
Saying fuck you to Adam and Eve.
To Adam and Eve. So
to Eve and then Adam.
Oh. And a snake, apparently. So he
but Eve first.
he fucked with humans and wiped them out. We're gonna start over, and the first thing he does is fuck with the humans again.
Yeah.
Saying all the animals are gonna be afraid of you.
Yeah.
God is an abusive dude.
He just does whatever he wants, whatever makes sense to him. And that sounds just like stupid male. They make up their stupid rules and they don't make any sense. They have done this for years. All it is just to keep whatever fucking fleeting power they have, you know? They've abused people into thinking that we belong together under the blanket of government. That government brings order and stability and love and flourishing and you know what I mean?
You even never mind, for a different time. Different contradiction. I don't know why my brain went there, but
How come?
you mentioned the government thing.
Mm.
And there's supposed to be a separation of church and state. But the fucking Pledge of Allegiance
Yeah.
has God in it.
Yeah.
The politics tells you
They make it so that there's always a guy above you. When you join the Masons, you have to declare that there is a God. It doesn't matter what God. So when they talk about separation between church and state, it's like that's not separation between synagogue and state. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's more specifically like a particular religion.
Can't say prayer, but you gotta swear allegiance under God.
Yeah, so there is no atheism because it doesn't matter that you don't believe in God because we still treat you like there is something above you because we're above you.
And we demand that you split yourself.
Yeah, that goes with the territory. But what are you specifically referring to?
They say there is a separation of church and state. Where do a lot of people get their morals? Where have they in the past gotten a lot of their daily routines and rituals and meaning? It's
Culture, politics, and religion?
Yeah, from the church.
It's all a big contradiction. It doesn't work. Those things, just because a stupid guy or a series of stupid guys tried to separate those things, doesn't mean that they're inherently separate. Man does not get to just make up his own rules. With agathoptics, it is science culture or religion, culture, and politics. Do you want this?
Oh, sure.
If you follow reason, if you live by reason, which is measuring the inside world of the self by the outside world that the self exists in. There's no room for anything else. Because if it doesn't exist or it's already taken up by a force, you can't say the sun rises because of universal constants and also because George Bush decided it to. Or God decided it to. Or Nelson Mandela fucking decided it to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What are you thinking of? Oh, I figured it looked like you were about to write something.
I thought I felt my brain percolating, like I thought something was about to. So I was just getting ready, but.
Can I have my time now? So Noah was like loved or whatever. Somehow he was like not corrupted, even though how can one who is corrupted see uncorrupted? They may make that seem like the case in movies. Like, oh, a badass fucking killer, this guy, because he can see people's weaknesses, that makes him a good authority on good and bad. But I've seen bad work differently. Because you always gotta cover up, you always gotta fucking hide. I'm gonna blow my nose a second, could you?
Okay.
Into your power they are delivered. What did he do contrary before? How are they not? What did people do before then? They were still, animals were still beholden to them.
Yeah.
How could they not be? Were they not hunting, fishing? Was everything eating them and they had to hide from them?
Maybe there wasn't people or things eating them. And you're just like, hey, cow, come here. And I need your body. Okay, move.
But then they weren't eating them?
They were.
Well, you just said, what if they weren't eating them?
So, like, there weren't some of the animals, like the lions, weren't eating the gazelle. I don't know. It hasn't said.
But I don't understand. If it says they'll fear you and they're in your control now, that's a contradiction in and of itself.
I thought they were in control, and then he's like, now they fear you, so I take it they're
Listen. Never again will I doom the earth because of man. Did he learn because they are evil from the start, nor will I ever strike down. Where did it go? Oh, it's in the next thing. Dread fear of you shall come upon all the animals of the earth. Into your power they are delivered. That's a contradiction.
That you got power over them? Because you can...
Into your power they are delivered. Then why do they have fear? Because fear would have them run away or fight back. No?
They would try to run away.
So it's not under their power.
No.
Maybe it's a translation thing that what it meant to say was, or what it said, it like originally was more closer to you'd have power over them. Like you can defeat all of them, any of them you want, you know? Every creature that is alive shall be yours to eat.
Does that count for people?
Why wouldn't it? I guess because he's talking to human, quote unquote. I give them all to you as I did the green plants. Only flesh with its livelihood still in it you shall not eat. So you can only eat it after the thing dies?
Don't eat the seeds?
I think he's just talking about the meats.
Oh.
For your own lifeblood too, I will demand an accounting. What? From every animal I will demand it, and from man in regard to his fellow man I will demand an accounting for human life. What does that mean? What if you don't get it? Are you gonna damn the damn the man again? You know?
Yeah.
What does that mean? I'll demand an accounting from. Like, you better make a list of all the animals, and I want 10% of everything you eat.
Just like keeping track of it in there.
Well, yeah. That's what I. From man in regard to his, I will demand an accounting for human life. Like, keep track of how many people you kill? If anyone sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God has man been made. What does that have to do with anything?
Oh, I had it. Sorry, wife. I feel like I had a snowballing thought. Like, ooh, this and this and this. All right, back to the thing, so I can share the snowball, and then.
Should have taken brownies. So, because man was made in the image of God, they have the right to kill each other?
Can you read the part again?
If anyone sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God has man been made.
Okay. Go on, babe.
Well, I had a thing to address.
Oh.
And you asked me to reread that to you so that you could address it better.
One more time.
Because man was made in the image of God, does that make him able to act as God? Is he saying that if you kill somebody, somebody can kill you because I do it? Even though he didn't do it to Cain.
Or deal out punishments or anything of the like.
What? I don't know, because I don't know if shedding blood is death.
It, kind of with that wording, that's what it seems like.
Be fertile then and multiply, abound on earth and subdue it. Does subdue mean destroy? God said to Noah and to his sons with him, see, I am now establishing my covenant with you and your descendants after you, and with every living creature that was with you, all the birds and the wild animals and tame animals. I will establish my covenant with you, that never again shall all bodily creatures be destroyed by the water. He just said the fucking recap already? The Bible is so fucking boring and nobody understands that because they're like, what does it mean? They can't say that the same shit is fucking written over and over and over and over and over and over and over? And useless things. Birds, bees. I won't flood shit. So now he's saying, I won't destroy you with flood. So now he's like kind of retracting, is what I would get from that. So what's the difference between these two passages, right? In one, he says, I will never again strike down all living beings as I have done. And now he's like, I won't drown you. Blah, blah, blah.
Well, striking down all the men like I have done is he did flood them, so it's saying the same thing, I guess.
So I just won't do floods.
Yeah.
Okay. Bodily creatures. There shall not be another flood to devastate the earth. They said it twice in the same sentence. That never again shall all bodily creatures be destroyed by the waters of a flood, comma, or semicolon. There shall not be another flood to devastate the earth. God added, this is the sign that I am giving for all ages to come of the covenant between me and you, until the dick slicing. And every living creature with you. I set my bow in the clouds to serve as a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. What bow is that? When I bring clouds over the earth and the bow appears in the clouds, I will recall the covenant I have made between me and you and all living beings, so that the waters shall never again become flood to destroy all mortal beings. What? I will... I set my bow in the clouds to serve as a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. When I bring clouds over the earth, the bow appears in the clouds, so there'll be presumably a hunting tool in the clouds,
like that kind of bow.
Yeah.
Shoot them arrows.
I feel like I'm talking and it's making like glass to vibrate. After I'm done, I hear like ching. Whatever. When I bring clouds over the earth and the bow appears in the clouds, I will recall the covenant I made between me and you. Is that a sign, or is it just happen outside of him and he goes, okay, when that happens, I'm going to recall the covenant? I will recall the covenant I have made between me and you and all living beings, so that the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all mortal beings. What do you? I thought that's the sign that he's retracting the covenant.
Which means he's taking it back, right? He's
Why?
like,
Why wouldn't it mean that? Because right now it's a thing, right? It's not like he's like, I've made a covenant. I'll make a covenant when that happens.
just like a pact, a promise, a covenant.
Yeah.
We made a club or something.
And he's already said, I will establish my covenant with you that never again. So, is this when that'll happen? Because I'm now establishing a covenant with you.
We have to do that before. Sign this ULA.
And it says, I will so I am now establishing, I will establish. This is the sign I am giving you for all ages to come. When I bring clouds over the earth and the bow appears in the clouds, I will recall the covenant I have made between me and you and all living beings, so that the water shall never again. So recalling it will, like, not like a recall,
Not
taking things back, but
remember.
Yeah. So when there's a bow in this, so right now none of this stuff is enacted.
Yeah, there ain't no bow up there, so no promise.
Yeah, I still might flood you until this bow comes.
Who's gonna put the bow there? None of your business.
Ghostbusters. As the bow appears in the clouds, I will see it and go, oh, and recall the everlasting covenant that I have established between God. Is he talking in third person now? As the bow appears, I will see it and recall the everlasting covenant that I have established between God and all living beings, all mortal creatures that are on earth. Nope, or on earth. It doesn't say that.
No.
It doesn't say that God said that, but it also didn't say anybody else didn't say that. Is that just bad writing?
Maybe.
But it said for you and all your descendants, so maybe Noah won't be there by now, by the time the bow appears. You know?
Yep.
Well, God told Noah, this is the sign of the covenant I have established between me and all mortal creatures that are on earth. That could have been condensed to less than a paragraph. Less than one of these tiny ass fucking paragraphs. On to the next one. Noah and his sons. When are we gonna get to fucking bros looking at their dad's dicks? Am I right? That's my favorite part of the Bible. The sons of Noah who came out of the ark. So some of them stayed. Were Shem, Ham, steamed ham, Shem ham, and Japheth. It sounds like a Hollywood bitch naming her fucking kids, her adopted kids. Your name's Pilot. Your name's Strawberry Appleseed.
And Xander Pants.
These three were the sons of Noah, and from them the whole earth was peopled. This sounds like this Noah character was in power, in charge at one point. And this is the dumb shit that was written to
Get to bed.
legitimize their supremacy, their rule or whatever, you know? It's like a big family saying we're the original people. I mean, fucking Jews still do
Why
that.
are you in charge? Because my family saved everybody on the boat. That's why.
Because all the animals are ours, because we put them there. Everybody else fucking died, so everybody that's around right now are related to my ancestors, and it just so happens, you know? But then how do we explain the dick looking? And from them the whole earth was peopled. So you're all mine. Right?
What sounds like to me.
Now Noah, a man of the soil, was the first to plant a vineyard. No, you're not getting up here. Can we have some fucking time that isn't fucking animal time? I wish I had a barn that I could just fucking chuck you into and you could all sit there with, I don't know, a horse or something. Can you stay with me?
Mm-hmm.
The way I want to be stayed with?
Yes, baby.
Craven begged to differ. So all the booze came from fucking Noah. When he drank some of the wine, he became drunk and lay naked inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, so now the Jews got fucking the Canaanites involved. Sorry, what?
Weren't all the Canaanites? Shouldn't they have been flooded away?
Well, the Canaanites are now a new thing.
It's not the
Because
people that Cain went off to be with since he couldn't farm.
no, he went to some other place. Or they didn't say. This is saying that Ham is the father of Canaan.
Oh, of Canaan.
Ham, the father of Canaan,
Okay.
saw his father's nakedness.
Oh.
And he told his two brothers outside about it. Shem and Japheth, however, took a robe and holding it on their backs, they walked backwards and covered their father's nakedness. Since their faces were turned the other way, they did not see their father's nakedness. When Noah woke up from his drunkenness and learned what his youngest son had done to him, did he do anything? He was just like, hey guys, did you see our dad's dick? Did you see our naked father? Our father's naked. Cursed be Canaan. So he's the father, he's fucking over his grandson? Is that what we're to believe?
It sounds right up the alley.
But it also sounds like this is more about the Canaanites, because they already exist when the story's written. The best that Noah could have done then to know the Canaanites, or to know Canaan, was if Ham was already a father. But did they have babies yet? Did he have grandchildren yet? Because it says, cursed be Canaan, the lowest of slaves. Shall he be to his brothers? So that's why the Canaanites are dog shit, right? It's not because the Jews wanted their shit and people fought wars or whatever. It's because Ham saw his father's dick, saw his father naked, and that's why a whole people who Noah couldn't have known about yet, that's why they're all fucking slaves. That's why they're the lowest of the slaves. So the Jews presumably have more than one people as a slave.
Yeah.
So why is slavery... Why is the abuse of the Jews something atrocious? Look at us, we're so kind of fucking gentle. You want to do this to us? We're an oppressed people.
Nah.
Things happen for a reason, don't they? What if... What if because they've been starting shit for so long, just like everybody else, except they lost now to a point. Leaving?
No, I'm just standing up and there's something poking in my shoe.
Oh. It doesn't make logical sense that before a person is alive, no one knows about them. Unless, for some reason, there's a whole civilization that was already slaves. It's like, hey, Ham, you got the lowest of the slaves. So that's assuming that he's already enslaved his other grandchildren or his children or the great grandchildren, whatever. It makes the most sense to not exclude someone from your religion, but to give them a prominent role that's also like a dirty one. You can't just say the black people don't exist, Mormons, right? They said, hey, yeah, black people, there's a reason that they're black, because they got burned during some sort of
Space war.
war.
And God's like, you didn't choose a side, so I'm gonna light you on fire, kind of.
What the best thing, if any religious person had the fucking balls to question their religion, listen, if when I question things, it reinforces what's true. Because now I've checked and there's more proof and there's more proof and there's more proof. if these motherfuckers had the balls to question their religion, then it would only serve to make their faith stronger, right?
Yeah.
And yet they don't do that. So, if your religion is so great, if what you say is so true that you think you should have it forced in the psyche of my fucking children, by even just having your own that believe a thing, that live by a thing that's wrong and bad most of the time, then what religion do they not like? What religion do they disagree with? Scientology, right?
Mm-hmm.
Science. Find contradictions. And if those contradictions, the reason you don't like, because there's no other way to not like things, right? To know that something is incorrect, I guess. But by measuring the contradictions.
Yeah.
If they weren't dumb fucking idiots, they would know that. So let's assume that they're not fucking dumb idiots. Then how would they judge other people's religions? Well, I wouldn't be that one because it makes less sense because there's more contradictions.
Yeah, I can't think of another way than doing the measuring the contradiction thing. I mean, if they did it, I think they'd come up with results. I know when you challenged me to do it, I came up with results. You told me to.
So then if they can contradict other people's, or they can spot the contradictions of other people's stuff, they should be able to spot the contradictions in their own. Or say, no, those aren't contradictions because here's the thing that proves that it's not. Instead of just assuming that, oh, you don't understand because you're not smart enough, or you don't understand because you just don't have faith, or can't leave it to that, because then you're a fucking liar. Then you're getting in the way of what's real. And these stupid idiots who are like, I can't believe that my child wants to lop his dick off. He's fallen into the trap. Where do you think he got that from? Because you didn't reinforce in him the ways that you spot contradictions and patterns? To know how to question, to know what's real and what's not real? Because you fucking turned him into a psycho with your own psychobabble bullshit? With your, well, it doesn't matter that the concept of God doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, I can't answer these contradictions. Okay, so then the reality of life is contradictions don't measure truth. So I can do whatever the fuck I want because I don't like what you're offering me. That seems like that would make sense to any child who wants to take fucking hormones. Whatever you offered me, I don't like it. And since you're only offering me shit that makes no sense, then life makes no sense and I make sense from it. No?
Yes, baby, you certainly do.
So Christians, the same people who are like, oh, get the gay shit out of our public schools, they're the problem.
They're a big problem.
Or they also support the Jews that make it an agenda to make everybody fucking gay. To completely fucking stir up the balance of their own religion. Never mind fucking the Christians. Could you, when you're not writing, could you touch me? Or is that too much to ask?
I could touch you, baby.
But you don't want to?
I didn't say that.
No, but I'm asking.
You, I want to touch you, baby.
Are you sure? I mean, it could be
Yes.
complicated and... Everything that, like, Matt Walsh bitches about, he causes. Because he doesn't measure anything reasonably. He may, at some point, because some people agree with it, like, it's not good to chop off dicks. Okay. But why? How do you know what's good and what's fucking bad? Because you measure it by the Bible? So then you measure the Bible by not the contradictions and the patterns, by not the truthiness to it, but you want to measure other things by truth. If it applies to one, it applies to all. It's not just you get to decide where the logic is and where the logic can end. Like, he's never read a history book before that talks about other fucking religions or beliefs that compensate for fears that are a force of power and control, you know?
Mm-hmm. I'm glad you sprayed that. That weed stinks.
Maybe we should call Matt Wash, whatever his fucking name is. It's causing all the problems. Matt Walsh makes gay children gayer. Matt Walsh forces kids into homosexuality. Something like that, you know? So because Ham, who is where the Canaanites came from, it doesn't matter. They still don't have any rights because they're just the lowest of the slaves. Somehow, it's okay.
So
Okay, Matt.
sorry. The thing popped back in my head.
Okay.
So not only are there fucking slaves, there's Noah and his kids, and he's like, fuck it, you're slaves. Right?
Mm-hmm.
But of the slaves, I'm saying you're the worst fucking slave.
Yeah.
Now, does Noah say that, or does God say that?
Noah. Noah's now acting like God. It's the cycle of abuse.
Can you remind me again why God chose Noah to not be fucking murdered?
I think he was like the least sinful one. Let me see if go into the ark. But Noah found favor with the Lord. I will wipe out from the earth the men whom I have created. And not only the men, but also the beasts and the creeping things and the birds. Always with this one and then that one. For I am sorry I made them. But Noah found favor in the Lord. These are the descendants of Noah, a good man and blameless in that age. He's the only blameless one, right? It's not like any child. There were no blameless children. Only Noah was more blameless than
The baby.
Matt Walsh doesn't realize that he has the answer right in front of him. That the cycle of abuse is as clear as fucking day in the Bible. That when you pass down bad things happen. What a bitch. So cursed be the Canaan who doesn't exist yet, because Noah wasn't alive for fucking like generations and generations of these kids. And that also means that they fucked each other. Like, what's his name? Joseph, Balith, Babelbub, Ham, Japheth. They had wives. And they had kids. All those kids are cousins. So they're all family. So somewhere, even though the Jews are saying that even though we come from the same family, you're worse than us. You're gross. Is that the goodness that Matt Walsh sees in God? Oh, but the covenant. This is still attached to it. This is the person, if he acted like this before, he's not all fucking knowing, all fucking powerful, all fucking this and that. That your God made mistakes. You don't press a reset button. Just like if you diddled a kid, Matthew, you don't get to press a reset button and say, I never diddled that kid. If you make a mistake, you don't get to say, oh, I didn't make that mistake. I don't see so far God learning. Do you? And I have a feeling we'll continue to not see him learn.
I bet we'll see every time God makes an abuse happens right afterwards.
Mm-hmm.
God will be the world's biggest dick to Job just to prove something to a fucking evil guy.
Mm-hmm. Why are you making me suffer, God? Well, I want to make sure that you... I made a bet with the devil or some shit, and... Gross. But you know what isn't gross? I mean, it might be. Maybe that's why you never touch him. You take one look at my feet and you're like, oof, I see you gag. Cursed be my own family. The lowest of slaves shall he be to his brothers. He also said, Noah, blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem. So they had two different names. That's why there's like Lord, God, the Holy Spirit, blah, blah, blah. Because people are always giving... Allah is the name of the God that they had in whatever tribe fucking Muhammad came from. You know, they're like, oh, but that just means the biggest Lord or whatever, you know? It's just our word for God because we all have one God, but that's not the origin. You don't just say, oh, my God is the only God without saying my God is the only God, you know? Are you with me?
Mm-hmm. I do know it.
Blessed be the Lord, the God of Shem. So maybe the Lord was like his name. And there's also fucking Yahweh somewhere. Let Canaan be his slave. So I'm guessing Shem is the most favored. He's the Jew. He's the origins of the Israelites. Let Canaan be his slave. May God expand Japheth so that he dwells among the tents of Shem. So there's got to be another group here somewhere that the Israelites get along with, but also control. Like it's like the higher slaves instead of the lower slaves.
Okay.
Don't give them names though. But he spoke specifically to Canaanites. May God expand Japheth so that we have more slaves, so that he dwells among the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his slave.
So the one I made with the wooden, you know, that one has been repeated a bunch. I know we got a whole bunch in there that haven't made it out yet, or at least not hasn't caught my eye. Maybe every time I happen to look at the screen, we've just cycled through, so that's a possibility.
Yeah.
But
I feel like I've seen a lot of them. From the corner of my eye, I saw a lot of the Elvis's sex slave. Maybe that random just puts like some in there more than others, but still plays all of them like eventually. They don't cycle all through before they start repeating, I guess is a better way to say that. I've seen that one a lot. As it goes too fast, maybe we could do like a dissolve fucking thing or something. I've seen that one. Okay, so God expand Japheth so that he dwells among the tents of Shem, and let Canaan be his slave. Noah lived 350 years after the flood. The whole lifetime of Noah was 950 years. Then he died. That's a pretty high up one, right? There was other ones that were like close, but did they make it to 950? Or like maybe it was like
yeah, there was one guy. He was like I think 968. He got up there.
But
no, I think Noah's number 2.
Okay, he's in second running or whatever.
Yeah.
Runner up. So when Noah built the ark, he was fucking 700 years old or some shit. 800 years old. The whole lifetime was 950. Noah lived 350 years after the flood. So he was like 650 when he built a fucking boat for all the animals.
Even a bowl.
I didn't read in here any dimensions for the ark.
Cubits. It's got to be 30 cubits long and
Oh, but
50 cubits high.
so a couple of things. And he said he lacquered it with like some resin or some shit. Taught him how to build a boat.
Yeah.
Like a basic boat. But it wasn't like the whole design of the boat.
No. So like
because I thought that's what was supposed to be in here. Because everybody's like, I built a replica of.
it's the cubits, and then he says like you gotta have 3 decks.
Oh, so it has the stories too.
Yeah.
All right, chapter fucking 10. Fucking after Noah died.
That's what the title's called.
So it is Noah's fault that his son saw him naked. And I remember in another version of this book, when he said he saw his father and he went out and told the brothers about it, like he like laughed at his dick or something, or he laughed at his nakedness. It wasn't just that he told his brothers that this bitch was naked, but it's his fault for being naked, right?
Yeah.
They didn't have knocking doors. Nobody knocked in tents.
All because he got drunk. He still had the responsibility to keep his fucking clothes on.
Yeah, but now the power of God has been given to Noah to be abusive and curse people into being slaves. So, of course, this sounds like a story to keep the Canaanites in fucking place, you know? They specifically mention him, and they don't mention who the Japheth people are.
No. Nope.
Or the Shem people. But I think we all know. The fucking by deduction. Chapter 10. Table of the Nations. These are the descendants of Noah's sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, to whom sons were born after the flood. The descendants of Japheth. These could have been all knowable people. These could have been like everybody that they conquered. They just kept, like the Romans, they acclimated other people and their shit into their own stuff.
Yeah, it was easier to do that than to spend the energy and the manpower to wipe everybody out.
Yeah. So, if in theory the Israelites did that, they could have the names of their gods, like Allah or something, you know? Like Azura High or fucking... So the descendants of Japheth was Gomer.
Okay.
Magog, Madai, Javin, Tubal, Meshech, and Tiras. I don't know if any of them are girls or not.
None of them sound like particularly girlies to me.
Not even Magog or Madai.
How do you spell Madai?
Madai.
No. And it's not particularly girly, so I wouldn't. I mean.
Okay.
Are any of those pictures interesting?
I'm gonna check them out. They're so much harder to read. Ancient Anatolia, close to Ararat, center of vine growing. 8th century BC. That's like 800. Relief hewn. I mean, that's very close to like Homer. And Homer is the first one that was written down. Or it was like a surviving one that was written down. Who knows where he got his stories from? He was the one getting quoted by the people 600 years after, however many years, 300, I forgot, 3rd century, 500 years. So, who was Homer quoting, if he was? Or what story was he passing down? How old was that story? King Warpalawa of Tubal. So here, the descendants of Japheth, it goes with my theory. One of Japheth's brothers or sons was Tubal. And this says that the 8th century, this picture is a relief carved in a rock from the 8th century, depicting King Warpalawa of Tubal. So there was a place called Tubal at some point that is no longer there.
Named after a guy named Tubal.
I don't know. But he said the Canaanites. So let's see. Because here it says the descendants of... Where is it? Because they're descendants of Ham. Canaan is one of them. Was there a person named Canaan, or was this just a way to keep people that were conquered in their place?
Okay.
That you came from us. Just like they try to say, everybody came from Africa. It's a way to control people's origin stories. That I know something about you that you don't know. And I'm telling you what, China tries to do that all the time. That everybody was originally Chinese. The Chinese has rights to everyone because something, we were in the Bible maybe or something. They still play the fucking Jewish game. King Warpala of Tubal, a land with the same name as a grandson of Noah. That's what they say, but they don't know. That's how they're interpreting this information. Is that the name of his grandson? And that's how people spread? I don't think so. Because now that we have internet and like books for a really long time, we still can't keep track of shit. We still can't keep track of our understanding of shit. So if people can't do it that are far thousands of years more advanced, then they didn't do it better. That's retarded to me. Let's see. After the flood, the Bible relates the world was peopled again by the descendants of Noah. The list of some 70 nations of the world in Genesis is unique in ancient literature. So our only known source of the names of these places is the Bible. And if you see what these religious people do now, if you see what politics does now, it all follows the same pattern. To say that the Israelites, though this work of fictional religion is any different, is just picking something that you want to be different and having no proof. Instead of letting the pattern speak to you, you're trying to contradict the pattern because what the pattern says you don't like. Those listed are not classified by race, but according to their clans and languages by their lands and nations. Although it's difficult to identify historically all the peoples mentioned, the following can be reasonably conjectured and illustrated. Directly above is Madai Medes, a relief from Persepolis. So maybe the Japheth people are people maybe not necessarily that were conquered, but it's like we're still better than you and you can be in our tents even though we're different. Like, you can still be chill with us, but you still did come from us. So always, we're nice to you because of that, even though Noah wasn't nice to his own fucking son.
So the Japheths are...
Maybe just allies or people that they did business with. People that they hadn't gone to war with and didn't conquer them yet, or they didn't conquer yet. Basically. Because any man who's... there's something that's unconquered, there's always that chance they're going to try to conquer.
Yeah.
You only made one glass of hot cocoa, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I'm gonna go see if there's a little cup of coffee left.
Okay. Apparently, Ionian Greeks is the Javan. And that's part of the Japheth Club. And we know that the Ionians were not conquered by the Israelites.
You may know. I don't know shit about that.
Oh. I thought that we knew that it was so far away, it was that there was like all that Xerxes shit fucking in the way. That all the different kind of Greeks, it ended up boiling down. However they were before, it boiled down to Athens and Sparta. But I think all those different places, like different islands, they were separate people that fought the other separate people and were conquered. But regardless, they all came down under fucking Alexander or his dad.
Papa. Oh,
Where are you going? Getting a drink?
Yeah.
I'll have you miss you one piece. 7th century is 600 AD or BC? Seventh century BC would be 600 BC.
One more time, goddamn.
7th century BC.
7th century BC. So that's, you start at 100. Start at 0 BC. Or sorry, it's not.
No, it's either 800 or 600. 7th century. Because it's always off by 1, but is it before or after? Fucking 20th century was the 1990s.
So like if it was 7th century AD, you start at, so 1st century's zeros, 2nd century's ones, so it's 2s, 3s.
7th
4s,
century AD
5s,
would be 8. It's off by 1.
6, 7.
So what about backwards?
It would be the same. I think it would be the same. So if it's
It would be the 800s.
yeah.
Ugh. Okay.
Right back, dude.
No. Sons of Japheth dwell principally in the countries to the north of Palestine, on the Mediterranean islands and the coast. Japheth is Mediterranean islands, it says it probably is. Because of all the different arts. That were their proofs. Hello, kitten. Will you scratch my leg for me? Stop right there, criminal scum. What was that? Silly boy. Oh, the lovey-dovey boy. Oh, you wanna give me kisses? You wanna clean my ass? Ugh. Hmm. Potente. Potentante. Potentate. Hmm.
Fresh water.
Thank you. So this thing says it seems like most of these Japheth descendants were from the Mediterranean islands and on the coast. And it says and it goes, so there was like the descendants of Japheth was, the first one called was Gomer.
Okay.
Then it shows the descendants of Gomer. Ashkenaz.
Ashkenazis.
Isn't it a little fucking weird that their name has fucking Nazi in it? That, like, nobody ever makes that observation. You know? Ashkenaz, Ripath, and Togarmah. The descendants of Javin. So they mentioned the descendants of the first son or child, and then the fourth one for some reason. They skipped over Magog and Madai.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Oh,
We looked up a thing recently. Oh damn it. Magog is like Nebuchadnezzar or some shit. Or who's the guy we the guy. The fighter. And he was so great, and then so the gods sent down a beast best friend for him.
oh, fucking
Gilgamesh.
Yeah.
Magog is Gilgamesh. Something like that.
Oh, the Bible and the Quran. Gee, I wonder why. The end of days. A legend was attached to Gog and Magog by the time of the Roman period that the gates of Alexander were erected by Alexander to repel the tribe. Okay.
Josephus.
Fucking Josephus. There is not much to trust in Roman historians. No! I don't want you up there. You are not responsible enough. And I got food up there. And you're gonna stick your paws in my water because that's what you do. And listen, you're fucking a nasty beast. I don't know what the fuck God was talking about clean animals, but I have not met a clean animal. Oh, but cockroaches clean themselves. Yeah, with their own fucking spit. Do you lick your own balls to clean yourself? Listen, do you get to fucking clean a plate and then put it back in there? If a cockroach cleaned a plate, would you just be able... Oh, it's disinfected now. Why don't we use cockroach spit as fucking disinfected? If that's okay. If that's the case. People's logic don't make no fucking sense.
Oh, I can't find what. Okay.
Ow. So then Javin was the fourth one. And we're listing off his descendants.
Okay.
Elisha, Tarshish, the Kittim, and the Rodanim. How do they come up with these names? How did they translate it from an un-Arabic thing to now making it the and if our letters come from Arabic, how come they fucking still write squiggly lines? Because the Arabs are just the Muslims.
Yeah. Also, Semites.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of fucking Semites. To be anti-Palestine is to be anti-Semitic. So Jews are anti-Semitic.
Yep.
Jews are the most anti-Semitic. Because the Bible fucking says, hey, you guys being anti-Canaanite is being anti-Semitic. And they're like, fuck you, Canaanites, you're slaves. Like, the contradictions in this is it's unbelievable how little people care about their own minds and souls. These are the descendants of Japheth. Well, not just. I mean, what about Magog? What about Tubal? Well, maybe the Tubal didn't make it long enough to fucking at this point while this was being written, you know? Who knows? Maybe we'll find out. Maybe it'll lead us if I want to know enough. These are the descendants, blah, blah, blah. And from them sprang the maritime nations in their respective lands, each with its own language, by their clans within their nations. Stop going up there. If I say don't do it, I mean don't do it ever. Not just don't do it for about a minute until you try it again. Nimrod, the son of we're gonna. So it's not just the Canaanites. It's not Ham that what's his face hates his father Noah. It's just one particular son, quote unquote, because the descendants of Ham is Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. So just the last, presumably the most innocent, because it has to deal with the most abuse. They're the ones that are the slaves of them all. So the descendants of Cush was Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Rama, and Sabteka. You know. The descendants of Rama was Sheba and Dedan. Cush became the father of Nimrod, who was the first potente on Earth. I don't know what that means. Can we look that up? Can I use the phone or? It's like potato, but a little different. P-O T-E-N-T-A-T-E. Potente.
Potentate. Monarch or a ruler.
How did he become the first? I mean, because he declared himself something different than, who are we talking? Gilgamesh? Or from some ancient Egyptian fucking guy? Ra, or one of those fuckers that said he was God.
Wiki doesn't have much. Imperial potentate.
The Schmurs?
Winner hurdles. St. Ambrose term for a power in Christian theology.
Oh, is it St. Ambrose's and not just whatever the hell this is? So apparently he was the first Potente. I don't know if maybe at some point Nimrod was Jewish or the Bible stuff came from some of the his shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Did you want to put that stuff up or something?
No.
Tiberian. Nimrod. The son of Cush, and therefore the great-grandson of Noah. I mean, how many things... Like, Game of Thrones did the same fucking shit. You know, it's like, because I'm related to the old guy, the first guy who ended up in the north. And you're my brother because you're the first person, you know, too, and then somehow fucking blah blah blah. It sounds all like bullshit. I don't think anybody was really keeping track of much of anything. You know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Potente. I wonder why, like, he would suck this guy's dick. You know? Maybe because it's kind of like how the Chinese try to say that they know where, like, Noah's Ark is and it's in China. Or some shit like that, you know?
Mm.
Or how the Jews say we found the earliest person in our fucking land.
Yeah.
He was a mighty hunter by the grace of the Lord. Hence the saying. We know about sayings with fucking, you know, Socrates trying to break that shit down, right? Like Nimrod, a mighty hunter by the grace of the Lord. The chief cities of his kingdom were Babylon, Erech, and Akkad, and all of them in the land of Shinar. Is Shinar mentioned anywhere here? Canaan. It might be somewhere in the last guy who hasn't been mentioned yet. No. Chief cities, all of them in the land of Shinar. From that land he went forth to Asher, where he built Nineveh, Rehoboth and Kala, as well as Rezin between Nineveh and Kala, the latter being the principal city. Just ways to remember fucking geography. Because they're gonna be a problem, I would imagine. Because, like, Babylonian, Assyria, something, you know, I don't know how strong. I think Asser is like, around Assyria. But I could be wrong. Mizraim. Mizraim is the second child of Ham. Mizraim became the father of Ludum, the Anamim, and Lahabim, the Naphutahim. The Parthusium, the Calsluhim, and the Caphotorim, from whom the Philistines sprang. They get written a letter later by like John, one of the apostles or whatever, because half the fucking New Testament is just some guy writing fucking letters to all the some big cities, you know. Canaan became so now we're talking about 3, and they only talked about 2 the last. Canaan became the father of Sidon, his firstborn, and of Heth, also of the Jebusites, the Amorites, fellas, Girgashites, the Hivitites, the Archites, the Sinites, the Arvadites, the Zemarites, and the Hamathites. Afterwards, the clans of the Canaanites spread out, so that the Canaanite borders extended from Sidon all the way to Gerar, near Gaza, and all the way to Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zeboim, near Lashu, or Lasha. It doesn't say which one of those specifically got to be slaves, or if it was just all of them. If they took that whole fucking...
So, what's his face is a slave to everybody, but he still gets to have kids, and they are of importance.
Yeah, because it's not a story literally as it's told. These are the descendants of Ham, according to their clans and languages, by their lands and nations. Let's see this big ass fucking picture. Ugh. The 4 sons of Ham mentioned in Genesis may have had the names of the 4 territories that made up the vast Egyptian empire. So, Canaanites were Egyptian? Mizraim is Egypt, according to this. But it says the 4, so Mizraim is Egypt, but yet also so is Cush, Put, and Canaan? Cush, Nubia to the south, Put, Punt, or Libya to the west, Canaan to the east. Ancient art emphasized the special characteristics of every people. Texture of hair, shape of nose, manner and color of dress. This style was carried to a logical extreme. Is that really true? By the Egyptians, who also used a different color for the skin of each. Is that extreme, or they're just trying to be like really specific? I wonder which one is which. Yeah, it doesn't say. No.
Quick, get away from there.
Trying to start trouble. This wall painting from the tomb of Seti, about 1300 BC. Do they know that it goes back that far? Because that would mean that this was written before 1300. Or yeah, because if this painting depicts something that's being written. Oh, shows from left to right. The Egyptians are red-skinned. The Asians or Canaanites dark brown. Weird. Maybe the Canaanites couldn't have been just fucking like India or some shit, or like were the Canaanites, maybe they expanded from somewhere, or like it's hard to know where everything fucking came from.
Maybe that, there's, you get further east, you get to the weird stands, and then you get to Pakistan.
Yeah. Were they that far away from, like, I don't know how close, like, Israel is to there.
Pretty close, I'm sure.
So they were dark brown. The Nubians black. Oh, and also they're they're the like, oh, we're Jews too, cause we're part of the thing. But Ham,
I want a map of the Middle East, and it gives me a map of Middle Earth.
are you fucking kidding me? Uh-huh. And a fucking flag. So they would be put. And the Libyans white. Interesting. Oh, they do have a map in here. Uh-huh.
So there's Israel.
Can you move the mouse so I could see where it is?
Little.
Okay.
So it's Jordan, Iraq, Iran, Afghanistan, Pakistan.
That's a pretty far ways away. Maybe they were like more Iraq. Cause it says that they were Libyans white. So let's see here. God said that fucking he was gonna enslave white people. That's what happened, right? And yet all the Christians are like, that's okay. So, like, Libya is where the Canaanites might have been. It's not. Oh, fucking Russia is so close to Turkey. I thought Libya was a little bit fucking closer to. I can't see a goddamn thing. Oh, it's in Africa, or it's in the north of Africa. Where does it show it here? Canaan. Oh, it seems like Canaan was on the northwest edge of Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia just a desert? Because that's what it looks like on this fucking map. It's like, how do you even live there? Do they all just eat fucking camels?
It's the Fertile Crescent. Everything's so fertile and crescenty.
I think it used to be, can I see that? That it used to be fertile, but man fucked it up. Just like they fuck up everything. You know, just like they go around destroying and pillaging fucking everything. Canaan, Sheba, Dedan. Canaanites spread out so that Canaanites border extended to Shem also. Japheth's older brother. What? 12? 13? Ooh, I thought I was missing a page. To Shem also, Japheth's older brother. There's so many words everywhere. It's like, where do I go next? Japheth's older brother and the ancestor of all the children of Eber, sons were born. Who's fucking Eber?
Siskel and Ebert?
And the ancestor of all the children of Eber. Sons were born. The descendants of Shem. Elam, Asher. I thought Asher was fucking somewhere else. Oh, look at this. Don't you remember hearing Asher?
A little bit, but
Nimrod. So a descendant of Ham is Cush, and Cush is the father of Nimrod. And Nimrod went to Asher. So does that mean he fought his brothers or the descendants fucking people? Asher, Elam, Arpachshad, Lud, and Aram. The descendants of Aram, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Mash. And what relevance does really people... This really resonates with me as a man of Christ. Or the descendants of Aram, Uz, Hul, Gether, and Mash. Arpachshad became the father of Shelah, and Shelah became the father of Eber. So, and the ancestor of all the children of Eber.
maybe the stupid internet thing was right.
What do you mean?
This is reminding me of like Lord of the Rings.
Oh?
Yeah.
Because it's like, oh, this guy, first of his name, fucking...
Yeah, of this house, of this. I'm looking up maps, things like, oh, the dwarves live here. You got a map that says the Canaanites live there.
Yeah. Apishad.
Which one fought Smaug?
Apishad only had one son, and Shelah became the father of one son. And then Eber had two sons. Peleg, for in his time the world was divided. And the name of his brother was Joktan. The world was divided. When was the world not divided? Or is it just like the Israelites were divided? Is that how does that also speak to the division? Is like his name was Peleg because in his time the world was divided. I wonder if there's like these names mean something, you know? Joktan became the father of Olmadad, Shelef, Hazarmaveth, and Jera. Haderham, there's like a break in some of these, you know, like that just straight line.
Uh-huh.
Wonder if the other ones just didn't have, they were bastard kids who never got to touch a lady's vagina. Heteram, Uzal, Dikla, and then a break. Obel, Abimael, Sheba, break. Ophir, Havilah, and Jobab.
Oh, Bob.
Maybe because it was like different wives or some shit. All these were descendants of Joktan. Their settlements extended all the way to Sephir, the eastern hill country. I wonder where that is.
Where's the Eastern Hill Country?
Yeah.
Oh, it's pretty dang hilly in, say, Pakistan.
Oh, apparently there's a lot of hills on the east side of Africa and a bunch of hills on the west side of Saudi Arabia. Da da da. These are the descendants of Shem, according to their clans and languages, by their lands and nations. At some point, this could have just been some person who was traveling around, like a traveling storyteller or whatever, a poet. So the Israelites just fucking took that shit and put it in the Bible. These are the groupings of Noah's sons according to their origins and by their nations. From these, the other nations of the earth branched out after the flood. Ooh, the Tower of Babel.
Oh.
Oh, the Tower of Babel, and it's chapter 11, like two towers.
Mm-hmm.
Just like Lord of the Rings.
Yep.
The whole world spoke the same language. Yeah, right. Because weren't they just saying that these people spoke different languages according to their language and their nations?
Yeah, color of skin, there's a whole bunch of things that separates them. They just spent time making a paragraph about it.
Maybe they all spoke the same language because they were not really verbal. The whole world spoke the same language using the same words. So maybe there were words. But while men, this could also be absolute bullshit. While men were migrating in the east, they came upon a valley in the land of Shinar and settled there. Who? Because that was already apparently somebody's fucking one of Noah's great-grandchildren or grandchildren was named Shinar. So that's not where his people were. Bullshit. Now you're just fucking you're doing things confusingly.
Yeah, that did what? I would agree because that confused me.
They said to one another, "Come." They were jerking each other off. "Let us mold bricks and harden them with fire." So another lesson in how to do something like building a boat.
Mm-hmm.
They used bricks for stone and bitumen for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let's build ourselves a city and a tower with its top in the sky, and so make a name for ourselves. Otherwise, we should be scattered all over the earth." What does that fucking mean? Or like maybe they were building it together, so that togetherness kept them together? That goal of building a high thing?
Maybe.
Like we were
Group-
talking about.
Group together, we got a goal. Let's get that thing. All right.
Yeah. Are you done? Why don't you read? Socrates.
Are you
Socrates.
gonna read?
Are you gonna read Socrates?
Are you gonna read?
Are you gonna read Socrates? Go ahead. You got the mouth for it. You got the presence. You better not go up here now.
Hey, what are you doing?
Not getting his paws in my water. Don't be knocking anything over. I'll punish you like God punishes people. Trust this guy who fucking it doesn't admit to his mistakes. Because he loves you, right? Sorry, were you gonna say something?
Something smart assery, so it's not really important.
Well, what a simple fucking way to think about it. I doubt that's close to what they weren't like. Come, let us do this. They were already doing shit, you know. What?
I was thinking about the geography of this stuff. The further they went out is the further down the line, right?
What?
Like the grandsons, the ones who's his slaves, they got the land that's
It
furthest
depends
away.
where they started. Cause let's see, who's Gomer?
You said one of them's Libya, and that's pretty fucking far away.
Libya apparently is Canaan over here. At least that's what this thing says. I know I saw a Gomer somewhere. I think he was in Japheth. Yeah, Gomer was the first one. And look where Gomer is. It's above fucking. It's like Russia.
Damn.
Yeah, it's like maybe just trying to tell people, you know, look, we all know where you came from. It's from our shit, you know? Everybody came from us. Which is a crock of shit. The Lord came down to see the city and the tower that the men had built. Why? Why is he showing up for this? So the Lord says, if now, while they are one people, all speaking the same language, they have started to do this. If now, while they are one people, all speaking the same language, they have started to do this, nothing will later stop them from doing whatever they presume to do. Let us then go down and there confuse their language, so that one will not understand what another says. So now we have God being a dick for no reason.
He is abusive.
What a piece of shit. He sees people working together, building something, and it's gotta go. Because they speak the same language, that's a problem. So that would probably mean less war
Yeah, if you're all working together.
and understanding each other's language, being able to reason with each other, being able to communicate ideas. So why did God do this? It doesn't say that they did anything bad at this time. It's not like this is like the Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah.
So they're like, let's go together so we don't get scattered all over the place. Let's do this together so people don't just go outward. And God was like, fuck that. That's exactly what I'm going to make you do.
Yeah.
Speaking the same language, nothing will later stop them from doing whatever they presume to do. I thought he was going to stop this nonsense.
I thought it
Like-
was too.
He's like, people are inherently bad. They're not doing anything bad right now. They have to do good to not do bad. And they're working together, building a tower. And God's like, fuck that. Let us then go down and there confuse their language so that one will not understand what another says. Thus the Lord. And who's this us? Let us then go down there and confuse their language.
I was gonna ask, like, what, the angels or?
Who knows who he's talking to? Damn, just took his spot back. Thus the Lord scattered them from there all over the earth, and they stopped building the city. So now it doesn't matter that Gomer is all the way in Russia and blah, blah, blah. Even if you're in America, even if there's a continent we don't know about yet, God put you there, you know? Fuck off. From all over, and they stopped building the city. But other cities were built, weren't they?
Yep.
That is why it was called Babel, because there the Lord confused the speech all over the world. It was from that place that he scattered them all over the earth. Fucking instant recap. So God has been nothing but a dick so far.
It sure hasn't helped them.
I would like any fucking... Well, it's because then he gave us Jesus. If you do something good now, does that mean you did not do bad things before? Why is God excused from that? Because if he's infallible, but he's also changing his mind, explain me. And make it make sense. And not just, oh, you don't get it. So that's what a retard does. You don't understand me, so you're the stupid one. If you don't know that all people can reason with each other, you fucking babble-loving piece of shit, then you're worthless. Because you're not trying. I can understand everyone.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't mean what they're saying is right or good or correct. But I can speak it to them in their language and they go, oh yeah. And then I go, I don't like that. And they're like, you don't understand me at all. You don't know where I've been. I've got 5 kids. So you can stick your dick in something. That don't impress me much, idiot.
Yeah, you've managed to do it to completion at least 5 times. Good for you.
Yeah, how many fucking socks did you impregnate in the meanwhile? Fucking gay homo butt fucker. Sorry, were you, I thought you were saying something. I was gonna wait for you to continue that, but man, okay. The line from Shem to Abraham. So now we interrupt your regular broadcast of This guy had a bunch of sons named this, and they had sons named this, to tell you that God intervened to be a dick again. Now we continue from Shem to Abraham. So it's only Shem that gets the new holy covenant, presumably.
Or they. I don't remember hearing anything in the things that you said that the people were worshiping idols. They were being bad in some kind of way.
Nope, not yet, not at all. Noah parked his boat on a mountain, or like it just got parked there. They come out. Noah gets drunk, shows his dick off to his sons. To his son, and because he saw it, a whole fucking one of his last son, and all of those people that come from that line are doomed to be slaves. Because Ham had no choice but to see his dad's dick. What's the matter?
I don't know if it's my eyes, but it seems like there's static all over the screen.
I think it's your eyes. I don't see static.
Kind of like the snow static's kind of coming too, like you get.
No, I don't see anything like that. Well, maybe get to the next chapter and then stop.
Okay.
This technically isn't a new chapter. This is still chapter 11. The line from Shem to Abraham. This is the record of the descendants of Shem. When Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of Arpachshad. 2 years after the flood. So he was already 100 years old and fucking alright, whatever. Shem lived... oh shit. Shem lived 500 years after the birth of Arpachshad. So, like 400 years less than his dad.
Okay.
So he died before his dad, or presumably before his dad. And he had other sons and daughters besides Arpachshad. When Arpachshad was 35, he became the father of Shelah.
Yeah, that was real early.
Yeah. And Arpachshad lived 403 years after the birth of Shelah. So he didn't make it to 600 like Shem. He made it to 438.
Shem lived to be 438?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, no, not Shem, Arpachshad.
Arpachshad.
Shem lived to be 600. Cause he was 100 when or like 600 or 502. 602. When Shem was 100 years old, he gave birth to Arpachshad 2 years after the flood. So he's 102 years old when he gives birth to Arpachshad. Well, when he became he gave birth.
When he became the papa.
Yeah. Then he died. Shem lived 500 years after the birth of Arpachshad, so that's 102 plus 5. Or 105. 500 plus 105. 605. Or 602. It's 2 years after the flood. So he's 602. Then the son he made only lived to be 438. and he gave birth to Shaleh. And he had other sons and daughters. That sounds like the way it's written. Like, after he died, he had other sons and daughters.
Yeah.
When Shelah was 30 years old, he became father of Eber. Shelah lived 403 years after the birth of Eber. And he had other sons and daughters. So, 434 years. So it's getting reduced again. When Eber was 34 years old, he became the father of Peleg. Eber lived 430 years after the birth of Peleg and had other sons and daughters. So 464. A little more than his dad. When Peleg was 30 years old, he became the father of Reu. Peleg lived 209 years after the birth of Reu and had sons and daughters. So he was 239 when he died. When Reu was 32 years old, he became the father of Serug. Reu lived 207 years. So a little less than his dad. 232. 200. 300 and 2. 302 years. When Serug was 30 years old, he became the father of Nahor. Serug lived 200 years after the birth of Nahor and had sons and daughters. So he was 230.
How many times has it been cut in half? So it was like almost, it was around them 9,000s. And at one point, it's like, I guess it drops.
9,000?
Not 9,000, 900s. It's over 9,000, wife.
So, I'm pretty sure, what did it say about Noah?
He lived a long time. But remember, there was those people who didn't wait to have kids, and they died earlier.
In the before thing, and that one who was just taken up to God somehow.
Oh yeah, because he just vanished.
Yeah. I think it happened maybe once, and then it started going up again or some shit.
Okay.
Should we go back and look?
No.
Or do you think it has a significance to something?
I thought I saw a pattern, but that Noah thing kind of threw a monkey wrench in it. So.
I mean, even with Shem, he lived 500 years after his firstborn, so he was 600 whatever when he died. Arpachshad was only 400.
Dang.
Yeah. So Peleg lived like 230 years. Reu lived around 270 years. Or it was 270 and he was 32 years old, so he was like around 300. Seleg was 30 years old. He became a father of Nahor and then lived 200 years. So he got reduced by like 70 years. When Nahor was 29 years old, the most babyest to have a baby.
Well, that other guy was 35 and now it's 29, getting even sooner.
Yeah. He became the father of Terah. Nahor lived 119 years after the birth of Terah and had sons and daughters. So he's 138 or 37, whatever the math turns out to be. I carried the one at least to have the tens. When Terah was 70 years old, he became the father of Abram, Nahor, another Nahor, he named it after his, and Haran. Didn't say when he died, though. So maybe it's like now we're just talking about this guy. Because it's the patriarch Abraham. Is that Abram? Or did they just not mention this other guy? Or are they not, they just didn't mention that this guy died?
It's a little weird that they didn't mention he died. It's like, oh, he lived for this, and then he died.
And then had other sons and daughters. And
yeah,
whatever.
like there's a pattern, and then this guy don't fit.
Oh, because now this is the descendants of Terah. Oh, so this is the last person we were talking about, Terah.
Oh,
They're gonna get into, oh, you couldn't just wait until fucking blah blah blah. Fucking. This is the record of the descendants of Terah. And they already said Terah became the father of Abram, Nahor, and Haran. So just waste of fucking time. And Haran became the father of Lot. Haran. So they're mentioning not just the firstborn, but the three sons. And now they're mentioning not the firstborn, but the thirdborn son. Haran became the father of Lot. Haran died before his father Terah in his native land in Ur of the Chaldeans. Abram and Nahor took wives. The name of Abram's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah. I'll Milcah that bitch. Daughter of Haran. Ill. So I guess the brothers they were doing incest with their children. Because, Milcah is, Nahor is Terah's son, right?
okay.
His wife is Milcah, who's the daughter of one of his brothers. You still with me?
Mm-hmm. I am listening to your words. I'm trying to keep track of all these fucking names because these are not easier names.
No.
At least
Even any family tree shit is fucking.
when you got Nehor and Gerzexis and Mizimbilimfin, and like, fuck who?
And the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah, daughter of his brother, the father of Milcah and Iscah. So They mention it twice. Harem is the father of Milka, and Nahor's wife is Milka, daughter of Haran. And Iska. Sarai was barren. She had no child. So Nahor's wife, Sarai, had no children.
Okay.
How do they know that she was barren? It kind of seems like you're pointing fucking fingers because maybe his dick didn't work. Maybe he was so fucking stupid he didn't know how to come inside a woman. The belly button's where I deposit the semen. Maybe because men are full of shit. Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, son of Haran. What? Oh, Haran became the father of Lot. And then it says Haran the father of Milka and Iska, but didn't say nothing about Lot.
Nope.
Why? So why'd you even mention fucking Ishka? The wife of his son. Terah took his son Abram, his grandson Lot, who was fathered by his kid Haran, and his daughter-in-law Sarai, the wife of his son Abram, and brought them out of Ur of the Chaldeans to go to the land of Canaan. But when they reached Haran, they settled there. So now Haran is his son and also a place?
Oh, that's not fucking confusing.
You fucking stupid idiots. So he took Abram and Lot, who's the son of Haran, and Abram's wife, intended to go to Canaan, but when they got to Haran, they stayed there. Is Haran already dead? Because it says Haran died before his father. Did they mention it? Because now, like, he's dead, so now this is a place. Or some shit. The lifetime. But why did you take that particular son? Because isn't that the firstborn and the other ones aren't? It's not like he was trying to raise his son, because they keep mentioning the firstborn first. And then he had other sons and daughters. You know what I mean?
What makes... Do you think that they, because of their, they're still developing their shit, like we were talking about the other day? Do you think they did that? It was a guy, and now it's a place thing on purpose to make this confusing, or they just didn't know any fucking better?
I feel like the most reasonable place to settle until there's more information is to understand that people don't give a shit about words now. I love you to death. They don't understand how including death in love proves the opposite of love. This thing killed me. That's not a good thing. You know?
Yeah.
They don't understand how when they say actually, they're leaving out information that would be beneficial for them to think about to make their argument more sound. So these people might just be writing whatever the fuck they want. Until a kid comes along and is like, hey, wait a minute. You know? And then when the idiot dies who told the story and the guy still remembers, maybe he fixes it. Maybe he does whatever he wants with it. Maybe he throws it away. I think that because there's like a connection, they don't give a shit, like the confusion in it. Because it's I'm speaking the words. You know, whatever I'm man, whatever I say goes. It doesn't matter if I make a contradiction. That's what you've done. That's what every dude has done. No?
Oh yeah. I've been doing the same shit for a long time.
Did that answer your question?
I think so.
The lifetime of Terra was 205 years. Then Torah died in Haran. That sounds like he died inside his son.
It's getting real weird.
Yeah, well, I guess that's where we should leave off, because this is chapter 12. That didn't tell us anything about Abraham. It says the patriarch Abraham. And now that chapter 11's done. We're going on to chapter 12. And now it's Abram's call and migration. Maybe then he makes Abraham somehow. Who knows? If only people weren't so dumb and stupid, you know?
If only, wife.
There's no excuses for contradictions anymore. Because we can clearly see when Matt Walsh wants to fucking argue about whatever the fuck he wants to argue about, he tries to spot the contradictions and patterns in people's arguments.
Okay.
If you do not do that to your own side, you have no right to do that to someone else. Because that makes you stupid and belligerent. It makes you... It makes it very obvious that your intention is to win, not to know the truth. And only an idiot with an agenda wants to win. Chicks may be stupid enough to consider something being a winning thing, only because they know that they could lose. And you gotta play the dude's game to not have him fucking rape and pillage you. Well, we did it. We read like an entire page of the Bible.
Ooh.
We got a relatively far one. Well, this is also a huge picture, so I don't know if I should even count it. And half of the words on it is just describing the picture. A leading city of the Sumerian civilization, is the source of one of the most important objects ever found. The Standard of war panel, 2500 BC about, which unfolds a panorama of the Sumerian army. The upper register shows the king up the center holding a scepter. I can't tell which one's a scepter and which one's a spear. Followed by royal guard and his four-wheeled war chariot drawn by horses. So in about 2500, they already had chariots and wheels. I mean, that's not really just a good thing to note, you know? He is followed by the royal guard In the middle register, a phalanx of soldiers armed with spears and wearing metal helmets and studded capes charges the enemy. How is this the most important thing ever discovered? Fucking idiots. The designs are made with shell, lapis lazuli, and red limestone. The panel is an incomparable picture of the military might that gave the Sumerians dominance over Mesopotamia for hundreds of years. Yeah, they may have been able to depict it, but that doesn't fucking mean that there's like, they could just be like over exaggerating. And also, how are you? Okay, so I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 of these spear chuckers with the studded capes. Who are you to tell anybody that 8 represents another distinctive number? Ooh, shows our might. Okay, I see 8 people. What if it was fucking 8 people? Do you know? Maybe that's how wars were fought 2,500 years ago. Just because I don't have proof to the contrary at the moment to say otherwise. So, to let someone else interject that picture for me, they were mighty because they drew a picture of it, I also drew myself as a dinosaur one time, maybe when I was a child, Probably not, because I'm a girl, but if, in a dude's fucking perspective. That shit's fun. Ooh, I drew a picture of me stabbing my mom. That means I'd totally be able to stab mom. I could overpower my mom at like fucking 2 years old.
Yeah.
It looks like I thought I saw a thing about slaves. Captives. Receiving a file of bound captives. Oh, great. Oh, please, look at all these things we have for you.
Oh, if this stuff in the Bible is true, then these people, you had that map and it said these people were different colors, right?
It was a depiction from somewhere that apparently was depicting the different kinds of people. The 4 sons of Ham mentioned in Genesis may have had the names of the 4 territories that made up the vast Egyptian empire. So if Mizraim or Egypt had this empire of these people and it spanned in these 4 places, this is what they may be depicting as how they looked. That these are our people that we control. These are what they look like. These are the differences in them.
These are the reds. These are the browns.
Mm-hmm. That's racial profile. Them niggas was racial profiling.
The one guy, the one son, or the grandson of Abraham, him and his descendants are the slaves, right? So they're the first slaves. What colors was they?
Wait, what?
Okay. The grandson of Noah is...
the Canaanites were white.
Were white.
According to this. Because if they were the Libyans, if the Canaanites were the Libyans, then they were white.
That means white peoples was the first slaves.
Yeah.
And who enslaved them? Was it other white people?
No. It was every other civilization.
Huh.
that they were supposed to be the lowest of the slaves. So whoever wasn't a slave, I don't know exactly who was a slave. They may and if this is Egypt, would these words be theirs? Or is this just a story in the third person of the grouping of these people because of the war that was waged that made them similar, or brought them together in the most violent way? Captivity. But I mean, they still look pretty fancy. But this is also this was like a depiction of them. They are the fanciest looking. So these are the Egyptians, and if it was an Egyptian empire, then presumably these plainest people, these reds over here on the left, were conquered. The Nubians, where is that other? Kush? Come on, just show me what the fuck the names were. Oh, Nubians, so over here. The Asians. Oh, the Asians or Canaanites. Dark brown. So why did they say the Libyans at some point? Fuck it. So maybe I got something wrong. So these were the Canaanites. The not as dark. They were not red. They were dark brown.
So maybe the Packies.
But yeah. Well, I think that would be too far. But where?
You don't think they got all the way across Iraq?
I don't know how color spread throughout history. You know? It seems like there were different colored people in many sections of the world. You know? They weren't the same people. They were just different colors from, you know, the neighboring person. But that doesn't mean that they all came from the same place. I thought somewhere it said the fucking Libyans. The white people. Definitely the most handsome. I know that it was probably more like Iran, Persia. It was definitely depicted as very light-skinned. Darius and all that shit. They're wearing like bug ears or some shit for some reason. They're the most but yeah, the dark-skinned. We was kings, but not really. Like, where do those idiots reference shit from? Because listen, if the Nubians are in the same empire as the Egyptians, and it's called the Egyptian Empire, that means they fucking lost. The Nubian lost. And was acclimated into the Egyptian Empire. So they weren't kangs, they were conquered by kangs.
No.
Swarthy motherfuckers. Which one of these are swarthy? The ones that are the least dark or the ones that are most dark? But still, presumably, all are dark. Even if we get rid of the Libyans, because they're the lightest, we still have 3 different darks. I don't know, interesting. All interesting things to consider. Because this is still like the history of how we got so fucking stupid. history of civilization is, I would say, merely the history of stupid.
People believing these dumb things.
Yeah. At some point, Jews come around and was like, yeah, this is your story.
This is us.
Do we know that it's true? I mean, there's some correlations, but also, apparently, what's his name? Teshu or some shit went and lived inside his son?
Yeah.
Let's try to keep in mind, let's make a celebration of the first time God does something that isn't fucking an asshole thing. And it's not just he has to introduce himself as a non-asshole. You know, I like when Cain fucking killed Abel, he was like, I'm banishing you from like having land, but also I'm gonna make you a fucking tunic. Like it reminds me of my mother who would like beat my ass as a kid and then like buy me a toy. Oh, and she just so happened to be a Christian. Coincidence? I don't fucking think so. Nobody can make any sense of anything in the universe if they follow nonsensical things. That it just won't happen. Matt Walsh is a stupid idiot, and I keep saying him because I don't know anybody else who's more like Jordan Peterson. Both of them fucking idiots. They cause problems by not having a tether to reason and yet saying that they do. Fuck off. Right to the shit stormiest place you can find. You're getting banished. So, when God does something that's just reasonable, yeah. But so far, everything has been... And it's funny because he's calling things good in the beginning, right?
Uh-huh.
The way it's presented, it's almost as if, or it sounds exactly as if, good is a thing that exists outside of God's control. And he realized, he noticed it was good. He saw that it was good. And yet, he cannot manifest that good again.
Nope.
He's all-knowing, but he didn't know that man would be inherently bad. He didn't know that because...
Which, if it's in his own image, then...
And if it's in his own image...
Then God is inherently bad.
Then God is inherently bad. And Noah treated his son or his grandchild, Canaan, the same way God treated Adam and Eve and the snake. It was, I can't stand you motherfuckers. You make me sick. I'm gonna make your life shit. I mean, and in reality, none of this makes fucking sense because it just doesn't fall into... But when you take these things and put it in God context, while also anything that isn't mentioned, keeping it in reason context, contradictions and fucking blah blah blah, so everything is still in a certain order. These stories become like people's tether? to reality, though these stories come from human. All those times I got to argue with fucking Jesus people. And I didn't have much to say. You know, I had the typical fucking, well, if God's so great, how come he invented cancer? You know, whatever. But I would relish the opportunity to watch the mental gymnastics that someone would have to perform to reason with the bullshit they believe versus what they believe in the Bible's context, which is what they believe. But also God is good, but it doesn't say that there. There are no examples of it. That stuff that he did wasn't good because he did it. It was good because it was good. That's a consequence of good being outside of your control. God is bad. God is is like the Satan to the earth's good.
Dang.
And there's constantly, the earth does not trick you. The universe doesn't trick you. Nature doesn't fucking, well, when you learn something's pattern, it does, it's hard for that nature to then become a different nature. You know? You may, this thing tastes sweet. Oh, oops, it's poison. You know, I guess that would be a trick. It's not intentional just for you.
Yeah, like say the poison frogs, right?
Uh-huh.
They're bright colored to let you know they're poisonous.
Well, they're not letting you know, but that is an indication.
An indication. It's not like when you found that out, then they changed again to, you know.
Uh-huh.
So it's not trying to trick you in that sense.
Oh, there was also something fucking, but I guess that's a good example as any. That when you learn that when you learn the math of the world, when you see the pattern of day and night, the day and night cycle, it doesn't change to trick you.
Yeah.
So, and in addition to that, the earth also the universe doesn't punish you for knowing this stuff, right? So, but God punished Eve for gaining knowledge. So what that they felt naked now? You know? They learned, they ate the tree from the tree of knowledge and they got scared, right? Because knowledge is scary.
Yeah.
Instead of going, okay, well, you did the thing I didn't want you to do, but we're here now. Let's, you know, explore things with this newfound information. No. Get the fuck out. It's disgusting. To worship something that has that sort of moral compass. You want to talk about fucking morality to people, but you worship a fucking dick? And it doesn't fucking matter if he fucking changes his mind. Because the people who praise this motherfucker try to tell people that he's infallible. He doesn't make mistakes. So the whole system is just fucked from the start because these people are worshiping the devil. They are worshiping death. This motherfucker said, if you don't do what I say...
Bad.
Huh?
Worshipping bad.
If you don't do what I fucking say, you're gonna die. And what's worse than death? We do not work by intimidation. Nothing works by intimidation. Tried it. We've been trying it for fucking centuries. Psychology is based on intimidation. And maybe we could give them a reward too, but it's all understanding those two things and working against a person's better judgment to try to convince them to do things or to watch their breaking points. That's what the CIA does. I forgot what I was talking about that. Something about God being an asshole, of course. I don't know. God's an asshole. Whatever. Nothing that anybody says makes any fucking sense to these original stories. If somebody gets something wrong in the real world, you no longer have the authority you thought you once had. It's like, oh yeah, I fucking preach all this shit, but I got this wrong. A major part that changes everything. Then now you're going to have to go, and you're not responsible to do that because you caused that chaos to begin with. Not you, but, So now, God learned his lesson, so he's doing something different, right? That's why he'd kill. He's so fucking vengeful. He's such a piece of shit that he, instead of just letting everything be chill, teaching chill, giving people information for chill, he goes, I still need to fucking kill someone, and it's gonna have to be Jesus. It's gonna have to be my only son. And look at how this is such a plight of the man, isn't it? That I have to punish you, but because I love you so much, I'm gonna kill someone else so that you can live and remember that. It exactly reminds me of a guy who loses custody of his kids because of laws and bullshit and bad parenting and bad wife and bad relationship between man and women, that he would rather kill his children than let that bitch fucking be happy with them. That's a guy. It's disgusting. Jordan Peterson is disgusting. Matt Walsh is disgusting. Anybody who influences anybody to be religious is disgusting. If they did not do the work to find the reason, then they don't deserve to spread their fucking bullshit information.
That seems fair.
They become an enemy of everyone, including themselves, because their inside person, the voice that we have inside, that thing in our mind that's like our belly rumbling or fucking our nervousness, whatever, that physical response that's also like mental, is always moving in the good direction. Which would mean that anything bad is portrayed as bad. It's not like it can motivate someone to become good because we have free will. It's our system that's fucked up that we have to read. So if we hear fucking voices that tell us to fucking kill ourselves or that we're bad people, that there's something fucking wrong.
Yeah.
So if our bodies react to something being wrong, the individual has no control of what that wrong is. Look at what a bitch baby Jordan Peterson turned into. Writing fucking haikus about how he don't like fucking internet comments. Well, obviously you taught people wrong then, you big gay fucking butthole. Right?
Right.
It's fine that he didn't know, but every day he could be knowing more and he's knowing less. And that's the problem. If little old me can learn more of good every day, then so can that fucking brittle-boned fucking pussy. Elon Musk is a shit person. So he's going around with a fucking yarmulke and he's not... What is the good thing that you're perpetrating or mimicking or respecting? It's an asshole god. That's it. So Elon Musk is an asshole, Matt Walsh is an asshole, Jordan Peterson is an asshole, anybody who does anything but reason is an asshole. But in particular them, because Bible. Because God is the strongest thing and God gets to punish, I get to punish. That's what Noah did.
Yep.
God said, I'm giving you the power, and when Noah got drunk with his fucking pedo ass, he probably wanted his son to fucking see his dick. He was itching his balls to get to punish one of his sons for fucking peeping in on his fucking wiener.
For eternities, just like God did with Adam and Eve and the snake.
Uh-huh. I'm gonna fuck with you. So, I guess it is just floods, and that's a little complicated because what's a period sometimes but a flood of emotions, a flood of blood? It rhymes. So he didn't prevent all the floods. Never will I fucking do this. Well, maybe lost in translation, but also you're just you're a character in a fucking story, just like every poet's fucking stories throughout time. And you're a shitty story. And now you're a shitty story that's been destroying everything you touch since the beginning of you. And a man did it. A dude fucking did it. There wasn't no woman that wrote that fucking story. It was one of your fucking kind. The shitbirds. And the shitbird fucking... when a bird poops because it's very brightly fucking colored on the concrete. On the tarmac, where the fucking... There's a distinct... If there was shit in your fucking food, you'd know it was fucking there. Right?
Yeah.
You can smell shit from miles away. At least from across the street away. It's absurd. And they're so full of themselves that they make it so that if you're intolerant, you're a bad person, I'm gonna punish you. Right? Alex Jones. It's God that also made the fucking frogs gay. 'Cause Man made up God. They want something to hold on to, but it's fruitless. Because if you give in to God, you're giving into an enemy. Because this is a battle of good and evil, and God is evil. Man is evil. You gotta find the good that exists outside that you have to measure, not just get punished for. You know? Like, even when I had my crazy trip, God was like, or the thoughts that manifested as God was like, I'm gonna kill you. But also, I was doing something that was gonna kill me, that has such a negative effect on me now, you know?
Yeah.
And it was so nice to feel like I don't have to worry about shit anymore. Especially, I think a lot of it happened because I didn't have you. You had...
Because you were in the pool.
No. Because you had been a piece of shit for 10 years. And now I was worried that you were going to leave me at a gas station somewhere. I had zero fucking trust in you. And where women don't have support from all of the fucking craziness in the world, there's a voice in her head that'll fucking take it over. Maybe it'll be named fucking Elijah, whatever, Earl. They want to make all these stupid stories seem so, like, blessed. Hashtag. But it's like, oh, some guy got eaten by a fucking whale. God fucking punished this person. God punished that person. These people had fights. These people looked at each other's fucking dongs. It's all immature, childish fucking things. And if people base their lives around it, they'll never be able to grow beyond it. Just because you're saying more mature words because you fucking went to college, you paid a lot of, you were given the value of money, and then that value of money translated into how much time you had to put into your fucking college degree, so I couldn't have been wasting my time there, right?
You know, because something's existed for a long time don't mean it's good.
No.
I've been making these things for 100 years. Well, you've been making them like shit for 100 years.
Walmart is the oldest, largest business currently or something. You know, well, fucking, you make shitty things. Everything you do is fucking shitty.
You created this environment. They created this environment where shit is made in China all the time. that it's okay to have low quality things. If you, if you will accept some lesser quality things, I'll give you a lower price.
Powerful got stuck in their own stupid gay dick sucking butt fucking game.
Dick sucking butt fucking game.
It wasn't about service or fucking, you know, making good quality things. It's all about the fucking Benjamins, Puff Diddy. So when the need for, when market things go down, people start raising their prices and they all follow the same stupid game, and none of it there's no room for integrity besides your fucking LLC. There's no witnessing of integrity. There's no witnessing of quality, except when you call yourself Integrity Quality Goods Inc. And then they're too big to measure, so bad, or too big to to get rid of at the present time. So they've swallowed their own fucking tail, and their lack of reason, their lack of integrity, their lack of purpose, their lack of tether to good has their attachment to profit, but also this money is this big system where people do all this stupid shit, and it's a science now because we fucking say so. No, it isn't. Money is not a fucking science. You've made a stupid system, and then you try to spend years fucking either trying to control it yourself by writing fucking laws, or trying to understand all the stupid things that were written. And that doesn't make any sense. So it retards. This system is retarded, it's retarding, and it's gonna come to a complete fucking stop. That's either by fucking complete, absolute destruction, or it's by people not fucking wanting to just take everything of mine until I die. Fuck it. The system is not viable. No system is viable. How do you make a plane go if you don't know what makes a plane go?
Yeah, I don't think you do.
How do you make the choo-choo train go forward on the tracks if there's no momentum, if there's no fucking strategy to make the choo-choo go forward? It doesn't just come to you. You're God's favorite fucking choo-choo conductor, so that's why your train goes. It's not, for whatever reason I mentioned it, all of this old shit is not viable because it doesn't get brought into the past, or it doesn't get brought into the present and into the future. People put themselves in the past and expect that everything works out in the end. That's why fucking old people are living on boats together, because they can't afford a fucking real house. And they'll just have to, the state will just fucking feed them fucking booster shots and fucking pills and unripe bananas until they die. GMO fucking, oh my god, hospital food is disgusting. The last time I was forced there, I asked for something that didn't have anything disgusting in it. Do you have something that isn't gonna kill me, that isn't poisonous? Do you have any natural things? And like, oh yeah, our juices. Oh, fucking ultra modified corn syrup, fucking concentrate boiled fucking this and that. The fucking thing, anti-caking agents, fucking thickeners and thinners. Color, because we can't make our apple juice look like apples for some fucking reason. It's stupid. You like, how do you get poisoned at a hospital? Everything is being done fucking wrong. And it's all your fault. It's all everyone's fault. They didn't keep with any sort of common sense. And I lost my way for many years as well. Like, well, if this is life now, I guess I'll just take a bunch of pills and get drunk and play fucking Gears of War until I die. I guess I'll just build my personality around this. I have to defend myself from these fucking vapid-ass men who hear, a girl killed them and just want to fucking insult them till they're tired and go to sleep. Gotta fucking have a shitty job, so just in case my Xbox gets fucking red ringed in the middle of the night, I can go to fucking Walmart and just buy another one. Which happened like 3 or 4 times, if I'm not mistaken. It's all dribble. It's all meaningless. Oh, maybe I would have found a hobby, but I'd still be miserable. I've always felt that empty feeling from not doing the thing that I thought I had to do like the whole time. You know? This should be a time you stand up for yourself. But what do I say? How do I make? You just gotta make the mistakes and fucking go, you know? It didn't have to be like that. I remember one time some fucking little Negro kid, Jamal, he got fucking like, he was being a shit, but school teachers are shit.
Yeah.
And he was a child. So this fucking guy, like, takes him by the scruff of his sweater and fucking, like, swings him around, knocks him into the fucking teacher's desk and the garbage cans, and we fucking hate this guy. So we're like, we tell our parents, we're like, this guy's fucking abusing people. And nothing comes of it. So now we just have an abusive teacher still teaching us shit and knows that all these kids fucking hate him and tried to get him fired. Oh, it was an interesting thing. Oh, because parents just don't understand. Am I right, Will Smith? Am I right, Willie boy? Guess what, William? You're a fucking parent now too. And it looks like you don't understand your tranny fucking transvestite kids. They're confused. They have a mother who sleeps with people their age, who treats you like shit. And it's like, where do you belong? What are you doing? Fucking YouTube Rewind still? Haha. He doesn't know where to, everything has been destroyed, and it's time to rebuild it back up. Because all those things, the fucking society normals, those people, those fucking transvestite idiots, those fucking lesbian fucking cunts, fucking, those fatzos who try, oh, the society tells you this and that, and they get it all wrong. They're too stupid, they're too fucking malnourished, but also fucking too overweight to know the difference between what they want and what is. So if they want to just rebel against whatever's there, whatever they want to say, it's society, fuck society, so society should shape around me. Even though that may hurt me further. Maybe I'm giving them ammunition to hurt me further. Because I'm not understanding what communication is. I'm not understanding what fucking sex is. I'm not understanding what abuse is. I'm not understanding that just because you were told it by a person doesn't mean that it's just a society normal. And it's a social construct instead of a physical construct, a universal construct. And they don't want to do the measurements because they're too fucking ornery. They're too fucking stuck in their own bullshit. They're too hurt already to do anything but fucking... And yet, they're right at the cusp. Because there are things that were created... Oh, what about money? Tell me, which is more likely to be a social construct? Sex, which I don't give a shit what people, gender, whatever. Sex is a weird word because it's, villainized, and also there's a bunch of fucking pedos, and so gender is just replacing sex for this. It's too confusing to say, oh, it's the thing that you feel. Because the person who made that thing up was a Jew who ended up having experimenting on two boy twins that killed themselves because of what he did. So whatever he thought he was doing, it failed. Fuck that shit. If you feel like a boy when you're a girl, then you need to get in touch with your femininity. There's something fucking wrong. You're missing fucking men in your life. You're powerless. You want power, but you don't fucking have it, and you want to fucking read. Blah, 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 blah. So, and they always try to argue because, I can change my gender more if I cut my dick off. You're just mutilating yourself. That doesn't change that you're a boy. They're trying to blur that line between society, I feel like a boy, blah, 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 and then the DNA that you have, the fucking things that you were born with.
No, they do things to make you not think about where the fuck you are now and where the fuck you want to be. The concept of the future doesn't exist really for
Nope.
dick cutter offers.
Nope. Because they're just gonna die. They just want to die anyway. They're cutting off their dicks. They don't know it yet, but they're just. If you're in the cult of death, then you're aiming to die.
Is cutting off your dick is there anybody out there who thinks that cutting off their dick is the best way to move forward into the future?
Yes. Because they're retarded. So, which one is more of a social construct? Having your body tell you feel a certain way about yourself, or money?
Money.
Why?
Because money is the thing that we agree upon, supposedly, that has value. I have this, you have this.
They could even if they were equal, right? Even if your sex, if you're male or female, and money, even if they were equally a social construct, what makes the money fight less desirable than the male-female fight? But just like cutting off your dick, getting money is something you can obtain if you fight hard enough for it. So they don't really want to know what is and what isn't. What is a social construct and what isn't. The definition of a social construct to these fucking invalids is stuff I don't want. Stuff that I disagree with. And all they have to do is take that next step and go, what is created by man and what is created by the universe? Separating fucking man, nature, universe. That I feel like those first three maybe in the center, they have to be there before the rest of the things. You know? But or maybe just before, right after wanting the hurt to stop. You can't go any further unless... Because I want the hurt to stop, so I'll chop off my dick.
Well, you are here. And to know you are here, it's got to be what is and what isn't.
Yeah, I guess you can't have self-awareness without...
knowing yourself and being able to separate yourself from nature and the universe. It's the inside to outside.
It's so strange that it ends up in this system that separating male and female, or breaking things down to male and female, is the last, therefore the hardest step in the cycle. Because it's easy if you start at the apex of a circle, right? The 12 o'clock. If you go counterclock, or if you go clockwise or counterclockwise, there's a curve that you just fall right down, right? If you just let go and just but once you hit 6 o'clock, now there has to be a concerted effort to start moving up. Maybe I guess you just always get it's self. That's where self-reliance is. It's that first thing that starts go. It's like the 6 o'clock thing, and if you can be self-reliant, then you can get back up to 12 o'clock again. But you gotta realize your wants and needs, and that has to be the motion. The gas, the energy. That's where the energy to go up the rest of that way, that would be difficult. You know, a person could walk around a circle that didn't have. I guess it would be. It's too weird to try to. I don't know how to do like a reasonable example of it, because what can rotate around a sphere, and what would have to be the characters and limitations so that it is a thing that goes, that can go around, but is also, it's difficult, to make the up rather than it's harder to go fucking up than down. And down, even in Minecraft, you just have to fucking punch dirt. That's one step. But then you gotta collect the dirt and then boop, boop, boop. That's 2 steps. So naturally, it's harder to build up than dig down. These fucking stupid people. So whatever is like, I'm sure even with like clocks, there's a little less energy with the clock ticking this way than it is bringing the ticking hand back up.
Mm-hmm.
Because gravity goes down. Gravity makes us go down. If...
No, it's God. God makes us go down like.
Yeah, right. If social constructs are bad, you have to look at all the social constructs, right?
Right.
Not just pick and choose. I would love to talk to one of those fucking idiots and try to get a better understanding of the level of their stupidity, how deep their stupidity goes. Every time I've had the opportunity, they always run away. They never stick around for reason. The only people who stick around are guys who just want to keep insulting and not get to the fucking point, because you're all a bunch of faggots. You're all a bunch of potential faggots. You're all a bunch of potential dick suckers to survive, or when you're thriving, you don't care if a dude or whoever can suck my dick the best. You have no inherent moral or standards. I have to, because I'm a lady. Children don't get to survive as well if I don't. There's probably a natural attachment there because it's part of me. And I feel like punching myself in the fucking head. We have to see the need for someone to do the bigger thing, because that makes our survivability go up. It's like, you could just fucking kill me right now, so I have to know that there's something in...
You're doing the wants and needs thing, wife.
Am I?
Uh-huh.
I have to have a more foreshadowed relationship with what you're capable of. But dude, you all think you control the future, and I don't. And because I know that, it makes life harder and it gives an extra perspective. And blah, blah, blah. Part of that perspective is seeing someone who doesn't just take whatever he wants because I don't want to be taken, though I am vulnerable to being taken. Ain't I? The only way everything is going to get solved, anything and everything is going to get solved, if people stop with the fucking contradictions. Hey, stupid fatso lesbian dyke, fucking yellow haired, pink haired, blue haired bitch. If gender is a social construct, in your stupid fucking words, then social constructs are bad, right? So, if social constructs are bad, why are you focusing on one? Or fucking fat is a social arbitrary. Why are you not searching for all the social constructs? And if you search for more social constructs, you would have to eventually run into universal constructs. Because something cannot be one thing without not being another thing. Or else it would, you...
It would be that thing, right?
Yeah, and will we need to name it like that? Oh, it's a social construct. Okay, so what does that say the reverse of?
Unsocial construct.
What?
You were asking what's the opposite of a social construct?
Yeah, but at the real thing. Things don't start out as social because nature does not have, or the universe does not have socialness. Societies are for survival in things like monkeys and lions and shit, because hyenas, because they end up kicking people out or sacrificing the weakest one, you know? And that's also nature. We create social. You can't tell an animal, fidget with me instead. You can't convince an animal to not do its natural thing. Because it's gonna be, it doesn't gain free will more than, well, my needs are met, so now I want to play. They don't think about things. They don't want to evolve. They want to live good until they die. You look like you're dying. You're hanging your head like I've seen retarded people with scoliosis. Not saying you're retarded, but I am saying you look sick. Can you be with me in the ways that you promised you'd be with me?
Yes, baby.
I'm challenging you because there's times that you're not.
Yes, wife.
I don't got nobody else in this world. Everybody is my enemy. I told you literally everybody's against me, right?
Yes, wife. You told me that
I'm pretty sure I fucking proved that.
more than once.
Unfortunately. Because things come from the universe and the nature before fucking humans, social is something, well, we are the most of it. We have the communication. We can't say something is a social construct without a fucking society with language. So, what separates social construct from universal construct? And guess what, you stupid fatso? You can't control universals. So that's a good indication of what is universal. Go ahead and flap your fat fucking wings. Can you fly? Go ahead and imagine fucking your Prince Charming or Princess Charming fucking whatever coming to the door with fucking 80 pounds of Chinese food and your favorite fucking DVD of some stupid fucking anime or something. I don't know what lesbians watch. Other women yelling about the vagina. They just have the vagina monologues on repeat all the time.
Well, someone's saying vagina every couple minutes.
And have it happen for real. Manifest it. Have it fucking come to you. And how do you prove that it did besides saying, I can just say it in my head and it fucking happened? If somebody else witnesses it. There's always those fucking proofs to show what is universal, what is man-made, or purely fucking of human design. Nothing is ever pure, but it is only us that would be able to do it. You know? Only humans that would be able to do it. Like, nature gives us trees to have paper, and that's how we write things. But to turn it into paper and to write words on it and come up with those words is purely fucking human. There are... I'm thinking of like outside edges of things. The Are you thinking with me? Like restrictions. You can't go as far as, you know what I'm saying? There's boundaries.
Yeah, there's certain things that...
When's the last time anybody's fucking argued by using those, by getting to those boundaries? They can't.
I was thinking about kind of boundaries earlier. You know, we've been trying to define what is with things.
Uh-huh.
And
what isn't?
What isn't. And a good way to find out what is by
No.
finding out what isn't. I think
That's how you reach those
finding
walls.
The boundaries.
Yeah.
It's like building... I don't know what this fucking puzzle is, but I can tell you what it's not. It's not the outside of the table, so I can do the corner pieces.
Well, yeah. There's more inside pieces than there are corner pieces. So that showed there's only 4 corner pieces. So that's a good place to start instead of fucking blah, blah. That is pretty cute. Made the little "this is fine" doggy. Hi, doggy. Man, that fucking Neil Breen movie was a little gross.
That was like the worst piece of shit.
The only things that are more pieces of shit are things that I can't get into, I guess. You know, like why'd you make like Sharknado or some shit? You're just deliberately doing things bad, but the lighting's fine. It's like so I guess it's the kind of like the worst of the worst instead of being like the worst of the well-made things or fucking like watching NCIS. You know, I would say NCIS is worse than the Neil Breen movie we watched. But also it's a different thing. I would never give NCIS a chance. Oh my god, my mother used to watch it. My mother used to watch a lot of stupid shit, and I'd always, because it's what I do, just talk about contradictions. Oh, you're always so blah blah blah. It's like, you fucking stupid bitch. How do you know what's real unless you spot contradictions? Spotting contradictions is like fucking vilified.
Mm-hmm.
For what? Because then your stupid bullshit is that's what government is, that's what religion is, that's what politics is. It's don't fucking spot out contradictions or else you're my enemy. Don't show people that what I say doesn't make sense. The furnace sounds like an air conditioner now. That's weird.
It is weird.
Uh,
Oh, we got somebody here, baby.
where?
On Kick.
Oh, hi.
Mento.
Oh, hi, Mento. How are you? Everything boils down to just getting people to see the contradictions in what they say, what other people say, and not just going as far as they want to with it. You know, if you're going to talk about social constructs, you're going to have to talk about universal constructs, and you're going to have to separate those and distinguish them to find the actual problem.
Hi. Kick fam.
What's a kick fam? Is that where you kick your family? Oh, because the thing is on. Now you're going to have to read lots of things because I'm too blind.
Cat 419 says, hope all is well.
All could be well. All we are trying to make things well, right?
Yeah.
But is all well? I guess, as good as it can be. But I would like more progress. I would like to be able to implement solutions. So I guess things are well, but they will soon be doomed if people keep giving cops guns. I don't know. Given paying taxes. not making arguments with each other without spotting their own contradictions. That would be the best place first. Right?
Also proving you're not robots. That's a good start too.
Well, it's hard for, I think, people to prove they're not a robot, because we all can be robotic at times. What are you fellas doing tonight? We were reading the Bible. How does that make you feel? And how do lots of things make you feel? Oh, we should eat the last of our dinner, because my belly's gurgling.
Alright, I'll go grab a bib.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you. Love you, miss you, one piece. Chilling like a villain. Are you doing villainous things? Or is that just the expression? Does the expression represent villainy? It seems, Mento, you've been here before, right? Because I think it says like first time talker or something when it's new. Just out here expressing myself with rhymes. Okay. So, expressing myself with rhymes. What does villain express? I'm curious to know. What is that? A little Pepe man? A little Pepe boy with a little Pepe hat? What? Fox Warring Gaming for coming? What the heck? It rhymes with chillin'. Sounds pretty cool to me. Oh, okay. How do you feel about villains? Do you feel like what's the word I'm looking for? Do you feel like associating yourself with villainy for the sake of rhymes has any effect on villainy in and of itself? That sounds like the question I'm trying to ask, right? Oh, come on, let me zoom in, dang it. In what sense? Anything that comes with villainy. Do words, is what a villain is come with the word villain? I would think it should, right? Like, it does rhyme, but it's like, it's okay to be gay.
Chilling like a guy who traps 12-year-olds in a basement.
Yeah! Where does the villainy leave for the sake of rhyme? Seems like the...
What's the edge?
And are you about to break? Just like the Chester Bennington. I wonder. Well, I feel like words are spells, you know? If somebody called me a villain, I was like, damn.
Am I not allowed to express myself with rhymes?
Definitely. Am I not allowed... Sorry, eating with my mouth full.
Wait, you said definitely you are allowed. He asked, am I not allowed?
Am I not allowed?
So...
No, you are allowed, or yes, you are allowed?
You are allowed? Whatever way to answer that question.
Yeah. It's a free... I don't think there should be a limit to expressing the self, except what...
Just in the way of truth?
Yeah. There's a power to expressing yourself, you know? As an example, like, I wouldn't call myself something that I wasn't, you know? I could make up words. So, I'm just curious, of how other people, I guess, deal with that. Maybe I'm autistic. Do I call myself retarded? Yeah, I guess so. But it's not a term of endearment. It's, being self-deprecating. So, no self-deprecating. But traditionally, villains are bad people. So it's like how much of that is associated with words. It's not so much, it's more like out of your control, Because words have a power that I think I don't know if we exactly understand.
It's not. I don't believe it's a judgment on the thing. Is that we're exploring what those words mean.
Yeah. That's what we do.
We as humans, peoples, have weird fucking sayings.
Mm-hmm.
Like love you to death.
Oh yeah.
Like what?
Yeah, so if something has like a bad connotation, it gives me a pause because that's just especially what I've been doing. Because it doesn't feel good to say like, I love you to death. Or, oh my god, I'm laughing so hard I'm dead. What are the other ones people say? I love you to death. Lots of dead things. Or, oh, that's bad as hell.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then bad means good. It starts like confusing the brain of the meaning of those words. How's that bread treating you?
It's sick.
It's Should we read a little bit more? Read a little bit more of the Bible? Maybe like one more chapter?
The Bible or something else.
Well, we could read fucking the Zion book. Anybody want to hear about the Jews' world domination from their own voice? I can't believe... And they make it seem like it's no big deal. Like, yeah, we created corrupt systems. And we fucked with people. And then another thing happened. It's sick. It's piss. I've noticed that there's always a... Negative words always carry with it like a negative weight in the brain. Like, if I use like death or something bad to express something good, that system of agathoptics ends up becoming more difficult to do. And eventually you go through the system, you separate between man and woman, you want hurt to stop. Realizing your wants and your needs. If you can like misdiagnose yourself, or one could misdiagnose themselves, or misdiagnose an issue, it's harder to keep like everything straight. So it's like good is good, bad is bad.
That system's the shit.
That system is sick. What did that guy say in that silly video we were watching?
Are you okay? Good? Sick.
It's sick that you're good.
Yeah. The lady is not harmed after falling off the stage. You good?
At least he stopped. Unlike Travis Barker or whatever, who just let a bunch of kids fucking drown in a sea of sweat and pot smoke. It's crazy. It's just where you from. Some people might get it, some people might not. Some people get it, some people don't.
We get it. We're doing
Words are okay. I'm bigger on intentions. How do you express intention then if there isn't a measurement between the words and the actions? At some point I feel like it gets kind of crazy, It gets more complicated. I feel like everybody has, you know, the expressions of, you know, I love you to death, or, you know, I'm bad to the bone. But like, he did think he was bad to the bone. But also, is it just because he was cool? Because does he say anything he did bad? I want to be yours, pretty baby.
Yours and yours alone.
So, what would make him bad in my eyes was if he slept with a bunch of people or something. Like, what did he do anything to his mom? He says, oh no, it's because like people looked at him funny,
The
and he's
nurses all gather round,
this baby's so bad.
gaze at the wide wonder, at the joy they had found.
So Joy is bad.
But the head nurse spoke up, said, "Leave this one's alone."
What were they gonna do? Circumcise him?
But she was telling him that he's bad to the bone.
What does it mean? I think it causes a rift, maybe, in communication. You know, but people gonna peep. But agathoptics is not possible then.
What's that thing is? We were talking about a while. Well, haters gonna hate, but then hate's just criticizing. You
Yeah. I mean, like, I've had a problem with people who like want to express themselves the way they want to express themselves, and then I ask them questions about it so that I get an idea of what they're trying to communicate, and then it turns out they're either not communicating anything, or they're communicating exactly what they said, even though they're not, even though they say they weren't doing that. So, like, there's so many opportunities for confusion. Oh no, what is that, a wasp? Oh, you looked funny at something, and
Yeah, I
okay.
was wondering what that was. It looked weird because on this side it's covered in dirt, and I got a little closer. It's just a little metal
It's
bucket.
covered in dirt.
It's dirt.
I love dirt. These freaking things keep falling. There we go. Keep it up. Bigger on intentions and actions. Yeah, how do we even communicate that though? Cuz if we don't communicate, we're not going to evolve. Us as human species, I guess. But as long as there's room for someone to be like, so that's what this means, right? And that's at least something. Like, if somebody's like, "Oh, I feel sick," and it's like, "Do you need assistance?" And it's like, "No, sick is good." Okay, so you feel well then, yeah? It's not like, "Oh, you know, just understand what I'm saying." It's like, "Yes, okay, now we know." Good to know. There's a lot of people, especially a lot of people on the internet, especially, who they all have their own languages, right? There may be, you know, one person may say, "Chilling like a villain." One person may say, "I love you to death." One person may say, "You're a bitch." But I mean that as a term of endearment. You know, like, everybody has their own way of communicating. And then when you don't communicate the way they expect you to, you slowly, literally become villainized. Like, you're retarded, you're fucking autistic, if you don't understand me, then that's your problem. And that's a problem. Because we're all, this ain't fucking Babel, you know? We gotta reverse engineer what fucking God did, making everybody speak different languages for literally no reason. Just so, haha, now they can't talk to each other and they can't do something good.
Like he's a pissed off guy at The Sims.
Yeah, it's like with My Name is Kevin or whatever, playing The Sims and having fucking everybody locked up and pissing themselves.
Yeah.
That's literally what God does. Okay. I gotta pick up these freaking chats, dang it. I would like to read just a little bit more, if that's okay.
You want the Bible?
Yeah,
Okay, I'll grab it.
let's read the Bible. Unless we should read about it, comment down below. Here, take a survey. What should we read? Something fucking silly, which probably will just put us to sleep. Or read about world domination. Are you gonna help me eat some of that? Thank you. One more chapter. Where were we at? Chapter 12. I didn't take my glasses off yet. Do you want that to mess with?
I got this right here.
Okay. Only that one?
I'll get the other ones too.
Okay. Chapter 12 is Abram's call and migration. The previous, not the chapter, but the previous part was called the Patriarch Abraham, and we have not run into Abraham yet. But somehow, oh no, we're talking about Abram first. So Abram is Terah's firstborn son. Terah's the guy that was planning on going to Canaan, but ended up staying forever inside his son, Haran. And he took Haran's wife and son there. Was it Haran's wife? Yeah. Okay, so now we're at Abram. The Lord said to Abram, "Go forth from the land of your kinsfolk and from your father's house to a land that I will show you." Hey kid, you want to see something cool? I'll make you a great nation and I will bless you. So, now we're getting to the part where God's being okay, right? He just made everybody not able to communicate.
Not able to communicate. Banish certain people so they can't farm.
Yeah, well, I mean, currently, where the stage we're at now is that he just created. What did they call it? Where the heck are we? Oh yeah, because he went to the Tower of Babel, to the line. Came down to the city. Now, all speaking the same language. They have started to do this. Nothing will stop them from doing other things. Let us then, because God is apparently multiple people, let us go down and confuse their language so that one will not understand the other. Thus, they were scattered from all over the earth and stopped building the city. So I guess the Tower of Babel was the city that they were building, and the city in the large tower, whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
Blah 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 blah. Confused. So they named not being able to communicate or whatever Babel because they could communicate there. That seems a little twisted, right? No. So he did that, and then he starts picking favorites. Was that a plan, I wonder? I'm gonna make you a great nation. I'm gonna bless you. I'll make your name great so that you will be a blessing. Ooh, words is power. I'm gonna make your name a blessing.
Oh, here we go. Hey, what's up?
What's that name? Bush? Hey, Bush. Hey, yo, Bush. I'll bless those who bless you and curse those who curse you. All the communities of the earth shall find blessing in you. All you gotta do is simply cut off the tip of your dick. Abram went as the Lord directed him, and Lot went with him. What? I guess he's not in Canaan anymore? Or he's not in Hakkar? It said Terah took his son Abram. Oh. He took Abram and Lot. Lot is son of Haran. And Lot went with him. So it's his nephew. Lot is Abram's nephew. Abram was 75 years old when he left Haran. Abram took his wife Sarai, his brother's son Lot, all the possessions and the persons they had acquired in Haran, and they set out for the land of Canaan. So where Terah intentionally, he intended to go to Canaan, right?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't make it, ended up staying in Haran, and now God pops up and is like, I want to take you there. I'll take you there.
I'd be worried, because there's one guy in the past who went walking with God and never fucking came back.
We never heard from him again. When they came to the land of Canaan, Abram passed through the land as far as the sacred place at Shittim by the terebinth of Morin. Okay, that's a lot of words I don't understand. The Canaanites were then in the land. Oh, so he's like, I'm going to make you a great nation. This is where the Canaanites get fucking subdued. I bet. The Lord appeared to Abram and said, appeared to him, so he made himself a physical form? Or, Lord is a very finicky word. There was also an us when they were talking. Every time they say Lord, a lot of the times it fucking talks about us instead of like me just as one God.
Lord.
The Lord appeared to Abram and said, to your descendants I will give this land. Is it because he's like, hey, at some point in the future, I'm going to take these Canaanites because, Ham, you looked at your dad's wiener, so you saw your dad's wiener because your dad was fucking drunk. Oh, it was him that did it. He was given the power to do it by God. But then Noah said, because you saw my wiener, I'm cursing
You to be a slave.
I'm cursing the Canaanites to be a slave. The plot thickens.
Thickens like a wiener.
Ugh. Thickens like soup. I will give this land. So Abram built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him. Is that a little underhanded weird thing? To the specific God, to the specific Lord that appeared to him. He built an altar to him. Sounds very polytheistic. Don't you think?
Because they chose the words that how it chose to come to him.
What? Well, no, how it's written. So Abram built an altar there to the Lord who had appeared to him. And in the beginning, the Lord appeared to Abram. So to that it sounds like that Lord which appeared to him, you know? And they also do a lot of we's and us. And they recently did that. From there, he moved on to the hill country east of Bethel, pitching his tent with Bethel to the west and Ai to the east. He built an altar there to the Lord and invoked the Lord by name. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. Then Abram journeyed on by stages to the Negeb. Abram and Sarai in Egypt. Why? I thought they were in Canaan. There was famine in the land. So Abram went down to Egypt to sojourn there. To get food or some shit? Like, there's a famine here. What makes a famine in these days? Is because they couldn't grow anything or nobody was growing anything?
Bad crop season, some sort of bugs.
Went down to Egypt to sojourn there, since the famine in the land was severe. When he was about to enter Egypt, okay, let's go back. I will make you a great nation and I will bless you. I will make your name great. I will bless those who bless you, and all the communities of the earth shall find blessing in you. And then you make them go hungry? You had them go in a place that has famine? That seems a little ridiculous, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just making sure that I'm not the only one. Will I get a mosquito bite? One warm day. When he was about to enter Egypt, he said to his wife Sarai, I know well how a beautiful woman you are. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, she is his wife. Then they will kill me, but let you live. Why? She was so pretty that they were gonna kill him to be with her?
Might be. She'd be pretty enough to kill a man for.
Pretty enough to fuck. Please say, therefore, that you are my sister, so that it may go well with me on your account, and my life may be spared for your sake. So, why isn't God controlling that? I would feel if somebody came down and was like, I'm gonna bless you with all these things, like, then you have my back no matter what, right?
Yeah.
Just not when the Egyptians want to kill you. When Abram came to Egypt, the Egyptians saw how beautiful the woman was. And when Pharaoh's courtiers saw her, they praised her to Pharaoh. So she was taken into Pharaoh's palace. Are they going to have sex with her? Because, if you're not married, I want this. So what? She's your sister. On her account, it went very well with Abram, and he received flocks and herds, male and female slaves, male and female asses, and camels. So, did she suck his dick for a bunch of stuff? Pretty intense, huh?
Yeah, how did she get that stuff?
But the Lord struck Pharaoh and his household with severe plagues because of Abram's wife Sarai. Then Pharaoh summoned Abram and said to him, What? So
The Pharaoh was nice to the lady, perhaps.
Yeah, maybe she didn't even have to do a sexual favor. We don't know that for a fact.
And
But it's like, come on, I live in the real world, and so do you.
Interesting.
Craziness. How could you do this to me? Why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say she is my sister so that I took her for my wife? What? So she got taken as, that's why you're my sister, cause you can sleep with the pharaoh and get us stuff?
Well, he didn't want to die.
But also, he wasn't gonna die because God was like, "I'm blessing you," and everybody who doesn't bless you is cursed. He kind of put this on the Pharaoh. How could you do this to me? You're my brother-in-law. Why did you say she is my sister so that I took her for my wife? Here then is your wife. Take her and be gone. Then Pharaoh gave men orders concerning him, and they sent him on his way with his wife and all that belonged to him.
All that stuff he got? The donkeys and camels?
I guess he got to keep all that shit. Who knows what they came with? He prostituted his own fucking wife. Wow. What a riveting story. Am I right, fellas? What makes any of this good? What makes Abram so blessed? God's just like, I'm picking you as my favorite. Right? Did God have a crush on him? As from Egypt, Abram went up to the Negeb with his wife and all that belonged to him, and Lot accompanied him. Now Abram was very rich in livestock, silver, and gold. Why wasn't Sarai the one rich? From the Negeb, he traveled by stages towards Bethel, to the place between Bethel and Ai, where his tent had formerly stood, the site where he had first built the altar, and there he invoked the Lord by name. Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
So he went down.
Devil went down to Egypt to find him some fucking male and female sheeps.
And he slutted out his wife for the sheeps, and then he went back to the altar. Right?
Yep.
Cool.
Went to the place in Canaan where he built the altar and pitched his tent.
It doesn't mean boner this time.
No, because the Pharaoh was getting his fucking boner on. Lot, who went with Abram, oh my god, also had flocks and herds and tents, so that the land could not support them if they stayed together. Their possessions were so great that they could not dwell together. There were quarrels between the herdsmen of Abram's livestock and those of Lot's. At this time, the Canaanites and the Perizzites were occupying the land. So, I guess that means, one's a Canaanite? Oh no. Neither of them are Canaanites. There's the Canaanites are Ham's kids.
Huh.
So they were like, so there was a famine and shit. There were still people there. They were probably close enough to be like, hey, you stop fucking. You got a bunch of cows and shit, and we all got cows, and now there's a famine. Now there's a drought probably, and both of yous got all these herds. So Abram said to Lot, "Let there be no strife between you and me, or between your herdsmen and mine, for we are kinsmen. Is not the whole land at your disposal? Please separate from me. If you prefer the left, I will go to the right. If you prefer the right, I will go to the left. So not power in numbers or anything, right? Lot looked about and saw how well watered the whole Jordan plain was, as far as Zoar, like Zoroastrian,
Mm-hmm.
like the Lord's own garden, or like Egypt. This was before the Lord had destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Did we even get to Sodom and Gomorrah yet?
No.
Okay. Lot, therefore, chose for himself the whole Jordan plain and set out eastward. So there weren't people there? I'm taking this whole thing. Why wouldn't that guy want some of that shit too? Abram. If there's a drought, if there's famine, the best place to go is where the water is, right?
Yeah.
Thus they separated from each other. Abram stayed in the land of Canaan, while Lot settled among the cities of the plain. So I guess there was cities. Pitching his tents near Sodom. Now the inhabitants of Sodom were very wicked in the sins they committed against the Lord. After Lot had left, the Lord said to Abram, "Look about you, and from where you are, gaze to the north, south, east, and west. All the land you see I will give you and your descendants forever.
What?
I will make your descendants like the dust of the earth. If anyone could count the dust of the earth, your descendants too might be counted. Set forth and walk about in the land through its length and breadth, for to you I will give it." Does it fucking matter that the Jews think they deserve whatever land they're on?
Nope.
Because this God is a piece of shit.
Yeah.
He picks Abraham for no fucking reason. He was mean to Abram's descendants, the Canaanites, right?
Yep.
He was mean to Adam and Eve. He was mean to fucking Noah's son for giving Noah fucking power. That guy didn't deserve shit. Abram moved his tents and went on to settle near the Terebinth? The fucking what? Who?
Ooh.
The Terebinth of Mamre, which is at Hebron. There he built an altar to the Lord. So, chapter 14, the four kings. Should we stop there?
I think that sounds good. Why?
Abram's wife had borne him no children. She had, however, an Egyptian maidservant named Hagar. So, this slave now becomes Abram's second wife. And Sarai gets the pleasure. I would go back to fucking Egypt. Or better yet, why didn't she just fucking leave that guy? It was like, I'm just gonna stay here. Oh, because God got in the way. He's like, what are you doing? Why are you fucking doing this? Handmaids from Egypt were in great demand among prominent Canaanites. Local law.
Prominent slaves?
Yeah, because they called them fucking slaves in the beginning. They didn't say they got handmaidens. They said they got men and women slaves. They are basically slaves. Local law granted the wife exclusive control over these servants. The illustration shows a statue of a typical Egyptian handmaiden. She wears a wig, a custom in ancient Egypt, and carries a basket of fruit on her head. Is it a custom? That's so strange. Why were they wearing wigs in ancient Egypt?
Just made him feel free.
Did it? Oh, they show there's a map of the migration. They avoided most of the sand. Isn't that weird? These places from Mesopotamia to Egypt are known to us today from routes described on 18th century BC clay tablets discovered at Mari and from itineraries of travelers on tablets unearthed at numerous other sites. These centers of early civilization and the routes linking them are shown on this map. Abram's migration following the northeast, the northern route through Haran is indicated by the heavier line. Oh, there was a lot of close civilizations. Why did they keep so close? These questions and more.
Next time on Wifey Ball Z.
It was nice that people showed up and say hi. I hope you show up again if you're still here. It's time to go to bed.
Shutting her down, baby.
It's
Love
time
you.
to brush your teeth. I love you. It's time to wipe our butts.